Hello, Ben.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
Good. How are you doing, Chezi?
I am doing well, thank God.
How are you getting accustomed to your new location?
The new place. Yeah, like I said, I'm quite used to this place, so it's not so strange. But yeah, I mean, now I know that the neighbor upstairs, the couple, well, not a couple anymore, it's just an old lady. She listens to the TV extremely loud.
Yeah.
Like over the top loud, and I understand that she's deaf. Yeah, so I'm just gonna suck it up, I guess. No. So yeah, so that was a little surprise. Other little things like that, but I honestly am there's like a lot of work, thank God, going on right now, and with the move, I'm also like I'm touching up my old place. I'm still dealing with the new place, so there's a lot going on. So it's very hectic days, hectic weeks. Actually, I would say probably like hectic months ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you got back into the groove a little bit, so I guess
I feel like after the Chagim, October time, something like that, I'll probably be like landing back into like a more normal like setting. It's not so far.
No.
So that's good. I had some argument, one, not some, with my partner, my business partner. So that was not fun. I mean, in retrospect, ultimately, I think it allows for growth, but never fun.
Can be draining.
I'm sorry?
Can be draining.
Yeah, it could be draining. I mean, I love him very much. So our part of our discussion also was, we are more than friends, but less than friends now, because like we are we've been friends since for the last 20 years, and we've been business partners for 10 years. And so like, I don't know if anyone knows me really much better than him. On the other hand, though, like we don't hang out anymore. Like I'm never going to get a beer with him again. I don't drink, but like we're never going to go watch a movie again or go to do something. It's because like when the day is done, he's like, I don't need to see you again. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think about that. So that was a little sad, as I sort of brought that up in the conversation. But again, I'm very, very fortunate that I have a loving friend and partner with me. So where we could talk that out, we could have that kind of conversation, hear each other. Excuse me, they're just protesting the government. 1 minute. Sir, man, maybe Jacob sent him. All right. Hey, Kirk.
Hey, I got here right on time.
Oh.
Right on time. Yeah, we were just about to start, and I know you like reading.
Yeah, I'll read the English after you read the Hebrew, if that's okay. And we're still in chapter 6.
We're still in chapter 6. There's 3 more or 4 more sub-chapters, and we will be done.
So this should be about 4 more weeks, about another month before done?
Well, it depends how much we get done today. I don't know if we'll do 1 or 2.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, there's 3 more, so yeah.
Yeah, so I would say either it would be 2 or 3 weeks, something like that.
Okay. Do you want me to read it, Chezi?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, the Hebrew. We're at Mishnah 9, Tet. Amar Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. פעם אחת הייתי מהלך בדרך, הוא פגע בי אדם אחד, ונתן לי שלום, והחזרתי לו שלום. אמר לי, רבי, מאיזה מקום אתה? אמרתי לו, מעיר גדולה של חכמים ושל סופרים אני. אמר לי, רבי, רצונך שתדור עמנו במקומנו, ואני אתן לך 1,000 דינרי זהב ואבנים טובות ומרגליות. אמרתי לו, אם אתה נותן לי כל כסף וזהב ואבנים טובות ומרגליות שבעולם, איני דר אלא במקום תורה. וכן כתוב בספר תהילים על ידי דוד מלך ישראל, טוב לי תורת פיך מאלפי זהב וכסף. ולא עוד, אלא שבשעת פטירתו של אדם אין מלווין לו לאדם לא כסף ולא זהב ולא אבנים טובות ומרגליות, אלא תורה ומעשים טובים בלבד, שנאמר, בהתהלכך תנחה אותך, בשכבך תשמור עליך, והקיצות היא תשיחך. בהתהלכך תנחה אותך בעולם הזה, בשכבך תשמור עליך בקבר, והקיצות היא תשיחך לעולם הבא. ואומר לי הכסף ולי הזהב, נאום אדוני צבאות.
Very nice.
A pretty long one?
Well, the verses always make it longer.
Yeah.
So said Rabbi...
But we'll see.
Said Rabbi Yossi, the son of Kisma, once I was traveling and I encountered a man. He greeted me and I returned his greetings. Said he to me, Rabbi, where are you from? Said I to him, from a great city of sages and scholars am I. Said he to me, Rabbi, would you like to dwell with us in our place? I'll give you 1,000,000 dinars of gold, precious stones, and pearls. Said I to him, if you were to give me all the silver, gold, precious stones, and pearls in the world, I would not dwell anywhere but in a place of Torah. Indeed, so is written in the book of Psalms by David, the king of Israel. I prefer the Torah of your mouth over thousands in gold and silver. Psalms 119:72. Furthermore, when a person passes from this world, neither silver nor gold nor precious stones nor pearls accompany him, only Torah and good deeds. As is stated, Proverbs 6:22. When you go, it will direct you. When you lie down, it will watch over you. And when you awaken, it shall be your speech. When you go, it will direct you. In this world, when you lie down, it will watch over you. In the grave. And when you awaken, it shall be our speech in the world to come. Also it says, Haggai 2:8, minus the silver and minus the gold. So says the Lord of hosts.
You got all that, Kirk?
Yeah, it's a bit heavy, right. But...
Awesome. Okay, so Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. Trying to think of the things that are famous about him, but this is again.
He was a Tanai?
Yeah, the Tana, third generation Tana. This is during the Roman period. Famously, he has a relationship. He's close with Rabbi Hanania ben Tradion, who is one of the 10 martyrs that gets killed.
In the Bar Kokhba.
Correct. I'm saying, post, and then also there is Rabbi Akiva is also, of course, he's also one of the 10 martyrs that's killed, and he actually had pretty close relations with Rome. Yossi ben Kisma.
He was honored by the Romans.
Yeah, there's a spooky story that basically Rabbi Hanania ben Tardion is very upset about the Roman regime, understandably so. But Rav Kisma, he's sort of like a Nachum Ish Gamzu. His attitude, he's an optimist, or at least he's looking at things from a meta perspective and saying, listen, if their reign holds right now, this is all from God, right? So, who are we to to fight against this? And they call each other out, and he lets him know, he lets Hanania ben Tradion says, with your attitude, you're going to end up getting killed. And then lo and behold, he does actually get killed. Well, what's even more ironic is at the funeral of Rabbi Kisma, it's said that all the Roman the Roman legions, or the greats of Rome, all the celebrities came to the funeral, and at that moment they also rounded up some of the people. They took Hanania ben Tradion and things like that. So
sounds like a scene from The Godfather a little bit.
Yeah, it was a complicated relationship. But first of all, the whole story itself is very peculiar, the way it's written. And there's a lot of things that you notice here that are sort of, we're getting answers, but we're not necessarily getting answers to the things we asked. So first off, it's Pa'am Achat, Haiti Mitalech, Haiti Mehalech, right? So only once. So there's an interpretation that says it's a sign that Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma wouldn't do often. He wasn't out and about going on strolls. Rather, he was someone that was very much in Tveria, in the study hall, studying the most of the day. And so the Pam Achat is to let you know that this is not something that's happening so often. Obviously, there's a reading over here which just says once, but the attitude is more about the stressing of the once. There's another thing that we could notice over here, which we also saw about the blessing of the tree, which is mehalech baderech and not holech baderech. Holech would be walking, and that's a sense where you are focused on the walking right now, and that's what you're doing. Mehalech is your body is moving, but your mind is in other places. Your mind is still in the study hall. Your mind is still learning, is still contemplating.
So like thinking and walking at the same time.
Correct. So you're in motion, but you could still be, his body might be in place X, but his mind is still back at home.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that's oftentimes I do sort of think and talk to myself and contemplate if I'm ever going on a walk, and just it's a habit of mine.
Right. So you're more like moving, less walking. Walking would be what I'm doing is walking. Moving would be I happen to be walking, but that's just something that's happening right now. My mind is doing something else.
Yeah. I mean, it's sort of like a meditative contemplation, or
right. Exactly. That's a good way to phrase it. So it's letting us know that first it was once, right? And so he's not usually leaving, and when he's leaving, he doesn't leave the dojo, right? The dojo is still with him in his head. But Ben, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, there's two stories that relate to it. One is from the Magic Book. One is I have a friend that just related a story to me. When he went to yeshiva, he was talking about his Rosh Yeshiva and how the Rosh Yeshiva would be so engrossed in thoughts, like he would be kind of a person. He was so engrossed in thoughts that when you talk to you, he would push against you, because he wouldn't. It's better when
you're aware of the social distancing.
So the people had to always push him back up. So he was saying that was like a funny interaction, because he was just talking about the Rosh Yeshiva. He was such a deep thinker that he would he would always walk in that way. He would talk also in that way.
Mm-hmm.
And also something interesting from Midrash Shmuel here that adds a little bit to this. It says that, like you said, Rabbi Yossi is so engrossed that it also says Natan li shalom. It says that this person greeted him, but obviously,
and Rav Yossi doesn't greet him.
Right. Yeah. So otherwise, if Rabbi Yossi was actually going and he would have paid attention, he would greet him, because this is also a dictum that we have, right, to greet first every person.
Right. So Kirk, you hear the clarification that Ben is making over here?
Yeah, that's understandable. And do you believe it's more common among males or like men and boys and females, like women and girls? Because I've heard Jordan Peterson say, generally speaking, males are more interested in ideas and women are more interested in people. So do you believe men who have sort of time alone with themselves are more likely to think introspectively than vice versa, or with women?
No, I mean, we just think that women are just looking out, thinking nothing. No, I would say they're probably being introspective in a different way, thinking of things and looking at things differently, and that's why we also complete each other, and that's why Ezer Kenegdo, help against it, opponent processing.
Right. The salience is different for men and women, and then the way maybe that right. So when you walk in the street, when you're a woman, when you walk the street, you have very different considerations.
But together, man and woman make one sane person.
Mm-hmm.
Now, ideally, when we, like God, if we could retract from ourselves and leave space to sort of imagine having a little feminine mind palace in your head, right? Understanding how a woman would think. And this is also what we're being told to do when we're also studying, right? Which is, or like Hillel would do, which is first he would give the opinion of Shammai and then he would give his own opinion, right? Steel manning. So that would be true that we should always be doing that. You don't have to be walking down the street and be thinking to yourself, what does a child think? What does a child in a wheelchair think? Right? You could cast a net that's wide enough, but you should be definitely, depending on the context, you should take notice. So if you're going into a room, Kirk, that's just men, there's obviously going to be a different set of goggles or operating system you're using if you're going in there and it's a mixed view, or you're going in there if there's little children over there. So we obviously need to make sure.
Or if I go in just women.
I'm sorry?
Or if I go in just women, it's different.
And if you go into just women, you might want to stop, go out and be like, hey, I didn't notice where I was walking into. It's the women's room. Okay. Okay, so upagabi adam echad, right? So suddenly pagabi. So notice it didn't say that nifgash im adam echad, or meets one guy. That it's encountered. It's like vayivga bo malach Elohim, as we see also when we're reading about Jacob. So there's like this sudden encounter, and that is why some, while we could leave this in the level of it's just a man that is talking to him, the fact that he has no name and we use the word paga, some people interpret this as this is an angel, or this is Elijah coming to sort of meet him and test him, right? Mm-hmm. To see like this is all happening sort of within, and Elijah could also be something that's happening psychologically. That doesn't make it not divine or true. I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily have to be someone in front of him, which would also lead to why he doesn't say hi first, because there's no one actually in front of him. Mm-hmm. Right? The only hi happens suddenly when he hears the voice, when he's encountered with it. That's one interpretation. Another interpretation is that, that this guy is that the guy suddenly comes out of nowhere, and like it didn't seem like he was planning on talking to him, but suddenly he's caught off guard, so to speak. Right. So these are two different ways of seeing to understand pagabi and natan le shalom ve'achzarti lo shalom. All right. Amar li Rabbi, me'eze makom ota, right? So first of all, notice that he identifies him as a rabbi, right? Mm-hmm. So it was also that would be indicating that he is either he sees him, like we said, immersed in learning, right? So he sees him walking around mumbling to himself, or looking up at the sky trying to figure out some sort of equations, or he's wearing some sort of garb that makes it clear that he's a rabbi, right? So either he has his fringes, or he has his turbans, or
maybe he has a long pants.
Yeah, that wasn't so. I mean, not the way you see it today. That wasn't really the culture as much. But sure, I mean, but that could also just be a Jew, an observant Jew, right? We're saying he calls him rabbi, right?
Did they have payot in Talmudic times?
No, there were. I'm just saying it wasn't only rabbis that had them, and they weren't as. You're talking about also a lot of hair, turbans. I don't know if it would be as clear seeing them as like you would see like an ultra Orthodox.
I'm talking specifically about the curls that are like wrapped behind the ear, stuff.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I mean, and maybe there is information out there. I don't know like what the style choice at the time was. Like if they were like using some wax to keep it back, or doing anything like that. So
we definitely need to keep. Some periods like you can't write, so that's the halacha.
And this reminds us, right, of the beggars, the people out there in the street, the people that need us. Just like we have the pe'ah on the fields, right, that we leave a portion of the fields uncut when we're harvesting, so the poor could then come and take some of it. And just having this down also reminds us constantly to be aware socially of what's going on around us. So it's It's a very, very important thing. Anyways, so he recognizes that he's a rabbi, and he's identifying this. And what's interesting, though, that he doesn't ask him for his name. He doesn't say like, "Who are you?" He says, "Where are you from?" And then what's even more interesting is Rav Yossi's answer doesn't even. He doesn't mention his own name. He's like, "Well, my name's Rav Yossi B." He doesn't even tell him where he's from. He just answers him, "Amarti lo me'ir gdola shel chachamim v'shel sofrim ani." I'm from a great town of wise men and scribes, right? So this again we'll give different levels of interpretation, but one of them goes back to alluding to this conversation that's happening with Elijah, right? Where like, or happening inside, where certain details what we would think would be important if we're talking to a stranger are not actually necessary, right? Because those things we know. It's almost like when Jacob tells the angel, like, what's my name? Give me a blessing. I can't give me a blessing. Like, it's all a conversation that it doesn't really make sense necessarily, but it does make sense in the context if you're having it with yourself.
Right. It's kind of like it's like a scene of a vision of some sort. So
right. Again, according to that interpretation.
Right.
Amagli,
It does say in terms of a context about Yossi that he was he was capable of performing miracles. So he was this kind of miraculous person, right? So there was apparently there are different stories of him performing miracles. So
does it mention to you what miracle?
Well, one of them here, if I can abbreviate it. So there was a Roman that kidnapped two Jewish children, and they asked Rabbi Yossi to help. So he made this person sick, have excruciating pain and fever and stuff like that. And then,
where does it say this? Does it quote this for you?
Let's see. Yeah, Shabbat.
Shabbat where?
152.8. Wait, no. Wait, no, sorry. My bad. Midrash David. Okay. Also cited in Sefer HaMusar and Menorat HaMeor. So not Shabbat.
Okay. That makes a little more sense. Okay, interesting. So he was a miracle worker. So I mean, you're saying this connects to potentially this is like a vision. He's like a mystical man. I appreciate that.
Could I ask?
Sure, Kirk. Not only can you, you're welcome to.
It's not as relevant, but it's a question I was asked by an atheist person, and I would like to know what the traditional Orthodox Jewish response is. Basically, they were arguing that it's not only not probable that a God exists, but it's literally impossible because the law of identity basically says A is A. So like a glass of water is water. But because in the religious narrative, God created the universe ex nihilo, right? God created the universe out of nothing. That's a violation of the law of identity because you're basically saying it could come into being, like its identity could come into being out of nothing, which they said was impossible. Like, how would I respond to that?
So, not to get too deep into this. I mean, first of all, obviously there's only so much we could comprehend as humans. That's number one. Number two, I would just say that we are told that first of all, there is Kabbalistic teaching that God uses like wisdom to first build, and that's why like everything afterwards starts with wisdom and has a wisdom to it, and has like there's a logic to it, but that God looked at the Torah, Histakel ba'oraita ve'bara alma. He looked at the Torah and he created the world. And the sense is the undergirding.
But God created the Torah.
I'm sorry?
But didn't God create the Torah?
God also created the Torah, obviously, yes.
But they would say that's like creation ex nihilo, right?
That's what they would say. But that's that is a much deeper conversation, a larger conversation to have about like how you want to explain that, where like you'll feel confident with answers to speak back to your friends, more than just one answer. But specifically to the comment of like it's starting from nothing, so that's not undergirding. There's no, let's say, morals undergirding it. So the idea that the Torah is the blueprint of the experience we have here, that would be that there's like these undergirding pinnings. Now you'd be like, but what's that? Obviously, that is a manifestation and a certain manifestation of God's will, right? And then you'd be like, but what does that mean? So that's a longer conversation. But that, I mean, we believe, and we believe that God manifesting his Torah, and as well, it's not only also about doing good things and being good people. There are other wisdoms out there in the world that teach people how to be good people and how to be moral people, right? We also say derech eretz kadma Torah, right? That I know that contradicts the first thing I said, but play with me for a second. The derech eretz itself, being there's these moral laws that also that the Torah stems out of, but ultimately the Torah is here to teach us to be holy. That's
Yeah,
science.
I mean, I agree with all this as a statement of faith, but it's not about morals. It's just, unless you're saying a rock can just be created out of nothing, in which case you're saying something can come from nothing,
Yeah.
then like at that point, they would just argue that
Something could come from nothing that you as a human categorize as nothing. That doesn't mean it's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no, I mean, in the teachings and the way that we try to understand ex nihilo versus all other creation, ex nihilo, that creation is the only, that act that God did is the only instance that we have of that, and even that is something that we don't really have an understanding of what it is exactly. Just trying to,
But like I said, Kirk, we could dive into that. We're going to continue.
I would agree with you guys, because I do believe, as a matter of faith, that God is all powerful. It's just, I'm just looking for, like, if I'm ever in a conversation with somebody who's anti-religious, not just not religious, but anti-religious.
Just give him a hug.
Give him a hug.
Yeah, you don't have to. I mean, it's not that you can't. It's not that you can't argue with them. First, I'll remind you what Masechet Megillah, Tractate Megillah says. It says, "Kol hakofer be'avodah zara nikra Yehudi." Anyone that denies idol worship is called a Jew, right? So even the atheists today, they're basically there. They already removed all these masks of the sun god and the moon god and all those stuff. And so now they're stuck with one other mask. They're still looking at God under his name Elohim and seeing him only through nature. And it's hard for them to pierce through and see the tetragrammaton. And sometimes it's life experience, sometimes it's learning, sometimes it's a conversation with a good friend. But my point would be, like, even if you're looking at them like, oh, these souls, like, don't worry, they're almost over there. God is understanding. But again, Kirk, as far as like getting to like, I want to have like my go-to answers to tell someone, there's answers like that. I don't know if one of those answers just flips someone immediately. That's like my experience.
Yeah, like also, I mean, like, you have to maybe think about how useful are theoretical discussions versus showing what something like this kind of belief can do for you, right? So leading by example, right? So there's diminishing returns in like having all these philosophical discussions versus actually being nice to your parents, being nice to your friends, doing nice things, educating yourself, all that kind of stuff. So
to be fair, Ben, at Kirk's age right now, this is the time to have conversations like this. So like, if your buddy wants to have these conversations with you, then like, that's great. I'm not telling you like 1 hour a day and like that's it. So like, you could do that. I would just say it's not always healthy to be in this mindset all the time. Mm-hmm. Right? Let your brain do other stuff. Enjoy some of this world, as they say, touching grass. I also want to respond to our good friend Barzuk Kadir. I don't know if he was here last time or not, but Barzuk, I hope you're doing well. He wants to let us know that the Jews are the bastards, okay? And we should just capitalize that J in the front. Jews are the devil's chosen bastards, okay, gotcha. And Jews are ready to sell their mothers for a penny. So, Barzuk, I hope you're doing well. If by Jews you mean like Hebrews, I guess you're differentiating them. I don't see myself as a Jew. I see myself as a Hebrew. Jew is one of the names that people have given me in the past. But I see myself a Hebrew like Abraham. So, and Abraham is already considered a Muslim, and that's before the Quran, right? So I guess I'm also a Muslim in that case. So I don't know if that really works out so well. So here, you're watching Muslims right now learning and trying to understand the Torah so they can connect to Allah better. If you'd like to partake in that and listen, you're of course welcome. You might be a little confused though, but as Ishmael laughed and Isaac laughed, we are welcome to laugh together with you here. So we're glad you're here, and I hope you and your family are doing well. All right, onwards. Where were we? He said, all right, he gives him this weird answer. Right? He doesn't really give him like this response. Amar li, he responds back to him, Rebbe, right? We don't even care about the name anymore. We've concluded that he's a Rebbe. רצונך שתדור עמנו במקומנו, ואני אתן לך 1,000 דינרי זהב ואבנים טובות ומרגליות, right? I'm giving him, how much did they say was over here? Million. Serious cash money over here. Millions of dinars, gold, precious stones, and pearls. So, by the way, this is also very strange. First off, right, we have no name. We don't know the name of the place. This guy comes smack down with huge sums of money. First of all, what if Rav Yossi would come? Right? What if he's down to come? Like he didn't even there's like sort of he's not even responding to him that I don't want to come. Maybe he'll be like, that's great. He's already offering him all this money. And it's just strange that he felt like he has to jump into that. And then he goes into this level of giving explanations, right? So he really tries to, I think we could identify 3 different elements over here. One is Shetaduri Manu, right? So this is come live among, like man is also as far as the plural, among the people with us over here. You're going to enlighten us with your wisdom and you could share your Torah knowledge with us. And that's why you're benefiting the many, right? So this is like the Imanu. I'm letting you know that there's a lot of people around me. You could benefit them. So that's one win on your end. The second one is Bim Komenu, right? In our place. So here we need to look at this like historically. One is theologically in our place, as in we are settled. We're people that know who we are and know what we want. So you're not coming to people that are confused. You're coming to a place where it's like ready to accept you. There's another understanding, which is during the rebellion, this is a place that is safe. You don't have to be worried about the Romans trying to get you, or like, because there was you weren't allowed to teach Torah. Obviously, Rabbi Akiva gets arrested. People get into trouble for this, right? So he's saying this is a place, B'mkomenu, us, like unlike the other places, you'll be safe over here. And there's one more, or there could be others in your books. I remember another interpretation, which is, and this relates back to his relationship with Rome, which is this guy is telling him, come B'mkomenu, Mkomenu is Rome. Come to Rome where you'll be fully protected. And I can give you the gold and the jewels. And then the mindset is sort of, because we're going to see in a moment when he tells them, I don't want to move there. I'm not interested. It could be that I'm friendly with Rome, but I'm not interested in being in Rome. That's too far away from where I want to be. Right. So the third one, where we said, Shedaduri Manu B'mkomenu V'ani Eten Lach. The third one is actually what I'm giving him. Right. So now we're talking about like all the serious money. And this is an indication. If you remember, Ben, we've spoken many times about how the rabbis allude to the city or the community sort of paying or sponsoring the Torah learners, right? And we have different psukim letting those people know that that's what they should be doing. And right, one of the interpretations of the tomchim were people that support it financially, right? So there's all this sense where you need the infrastructure to support learning. So I'm a big rabbi right now. They asked me to come to this place. Within 2 weeks, you guys are going to be out of money, and then you guys have to go be begging, and I'm not going to have the lights on. So he's saying, I'm not even asking the community. I could float the bill. I'm going to write you an open check right now. It's $1 million. It's everything you want. You don't have to beg for money. We don't have to wear to the community. It's going to be like the LCD screens. Everyone's going to love it.
Right. So, the money doesn't matter. It needs to be a place. What he says, a place of Torah.
Exactly. So that's what now as Amalti though, right? So his response to
before you go into that, just because another interpretation I don't think you mentioned, so I'll just mention it. But both the Maral and the Lechem Shamayim speak to this, that these people, this city, this offer that they give Rabbi Yossi. Basically, he understands what they want from him, and what they want from him is they want him to be the token religious leader, so that they can continue to do whatever it is that they're doing that is improper and immoral. And they say, listen, we'll give you lots of money. You can sit in our city, enjoy all the stuff that we do, and all
be our rubber stamp, be the figurehead.
Be our rubber stamp, and you will also get all the heavenly wrath. That because you're the one, so we don't need to worry about it. You'll be our what do they say here? You'll be our goat, like the goat that goes on Yom Kippur.
Oh, I thought you mean the greatest of all time.
The goat, yeah. The goat and the goat, yeah.
Right. So that dovetails nicely into אמרתי לו, אם אתה נותן לי כל כסף וזהב ואבנים טובות ומרגליות שבעולם, אינני דר אל במקום תורה. Okay, so first off, what we can ask is, because you just jumped and said they want us to be the figurehead, right? Because that alludes to the first question we should ask is, why is he assuming that there's no Torah there? Right? The guy just said, I have money, I have this, I identified you as a rabbi. Why are you assuming there's no Torah in my place? So one that goes back to Rome, right? He identifies that he's Roman. He's saying, like, it's not like a place where there's not the kind of Torah I want. I have zero interest in being in Rome. And that also connects to, you're saying, like, and by you being there, you would sort of sanctify Rome, right? And that would be like, oh, like, look, Rome's like a serious place, right? So he's saying, I'm not interested in that at all.
Yeah.
And I think the Maharal also has like an interpretation which says, like you just said, that he realized that they're gonna, because of all the money and all the stuff, he realized that's the essence. If they really wanted me, they would say, come, learn, teach Torah, and guess what? Well, we could pay for things. But because they started with all that, he realized that that's what matters. And that's also why he asked in the beginning, where are you from? Right? So like, so there's a sense where he realizes that there's nothing there for him, right? Yeah. Whether it's Torah scholars or whether it's because like the whole environment is wrong, it's not for him. Now, well, I'd also say that again, I just want to stress this a little more, because you could really ask, like, but why is he refusing to teach Torah? Like, let's say you could be like, okay, we won't give you the money, but like, it's a bad place. This is a place where you could like really like learn. And I think, again, this leads more to the fact that it's so bad that he's saying this is a place where like I can't be involved with.
Right. This is like a trade-off that we hear about a lot. I mean, I remember, I'll just give an example. It doesn't need to be, we don't need to make it into a political discussion, but the example that I remember when Trump first went into office, there was a lot of talk about certain people joining or doing things for him. And one of the arguments was, again, maybe they were trying to justify themselves to the liberal crowd. They were saying, like, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to, like, I'm going into the lion's den, but I'm actually trying to make it better. So yes, I'm going to work for Trump, who I think is not a good president in their eyes. Right. But I'm going to do work to try to make it a little less bad. So that's the argument. So maybe that's, like, you could say, Rabbi Yossi, don't you think that you can make them into a better city if you go there?
So we spoke about this in earlier Pirkei, where like where the Torah tells like you could do that, but also warns you from doing that.
Right.
Where, like, going down to the dark side, it's you gotta, as Rabbi Akiva, and this is not going into the dark side, but this is going into the mystical places, warns them, right? Like, don't assume, right? So they obviously, like, only trained Jedis could be doing that,
right? Yeah.
But maybe, like, we could be saying maybe he was one of them, right? Like, why was he not one of these guys that could be doing this for him? But clearly he realizes his place is not for him, right?
Yeah.
And like you said, he doesn't want to be the figurehead. He wants something more. So then he mentions Tehillim. וכן כתוב בספר תהילים על ידי דוד המלך ישראל, על ידי דוד מלך ישראל, טוב לי תורת פיך מאלפי זהב וכסף, ולא עוד, אלא שבשעת פטירתו של אדם, אין מלווין לאדם לא כסף ולא זהב ולא אבנים טובות, מרגליות, אלא תורה ומעשים טובים. Right? So first, we also realize over here when they mention David HaMelech over here, it usually it says Tehillim, right? But here it
mentions David HaMelech, yeah.
Correct. So it's mentioning David HaMelech because it's letting you know that, like, there's the general statement, which is and this relates back to the Zahav HaKesef, which is, I don't need gold, I don't need money, I don't need any of these things. Torah is my most valuable thing. You could come and say, okay, big deal that you're saying that, big deal that you're quoting something. If I gave you $1 million in your hands, you would see that, like, that does value. Like, there is a lot of value in that. And there's a lot of good things that you could do with that, right? I could use that to give charity, build schools. Like, there's a lot of good you could do with this money. However, it's stressing that it's written by King David, who was the king did know the value of money. Nevertheless, he himself is the one that is saying this. Right? So he is the one that's stressing that that's not what we want. And then he goes into Beshat Ptirato, right? So these are really, he's emphasizing that when someone passes away, he's leaving all the possessions behind, right? We spoke about that eerie picture of Sheldon Adelson alone with his wife during Corona, just him and her, no one else, no cameras, no pictures, right? The villa, the car, all the assets are not relevant. They don't go with him into the grave. And even though it says Ela Torah Ma'asim Tovim, right? So it's not even necessarily the good deeds, but the merits of the Torah and the good deeds, those are still things that stay with him, right? Shene'emar, like we say, בהתהלך תנחה אותך בשובך תשמור עליך והקיצות היא תסיך. בהתהלך תנחה אותך בעולם הזה, בשובך תשמור עליך בקבר, והקיצות היא תסיכך לעולם הבא. Right, so it also gives us like this 3 breakdown from Proverbs that in this world, when it says בהתהלכת, right, when a person walks, he really, like we said, we're journeying through the corridor, through the foyer, right, towards the banquet hall, towards the next world. So the Torah is really the only guide to how to teach a person to go the right path, right, and how to direct them onto the eternal, to the eternal world to come. Obviously, when I mentioned also that this is the only path, I just want to clarify that. It's not that the Gentiles don't have their own path. They do have their own path, and they too merit a place in the world to come. The 7 Noahide laws are just asking from the Gentiles to recognize that they come from God, and that they're not just doing it because they're moral people, right? And Maimonides differentiates between the wise people of the world and the righteous people of the world. And the righteous people of the world realize that they're doing these moral things because of the commandment of the Creator, right? So this would be part of us walking. Second, I see Corner Citizen. Hey, Alan, I hope you're doing well. We're in the book called Ethics of Our Fathers. This is the Mishnah. This chapter is no longer relevant to what I'm going to say, but the earlier chapter that we went through, this is very much in the spirit, in the air, when Jesus is walking around. These are things that he's aware of, things that he's studying from, things that he's quoting from as well. How to live and behave in an ethical manner. And specifically now in the last chapter, we're focusing on the acquirement and acquisition of Torah values and their merits. Right. So the number one, we said we walk from this verse in Proverbs. Right. And then once this person did actually walk, right, then when he did a good job, he walked, then he lies down, right? And then he's going to be watched over, right? So the body's obviously lying down in the grave, and the Torah is protecting him from all harm. So there's sense where, like, he's going to take care of the body, they're going to take care of the maggots, they're going to make sure it's not going to rot for when you're when the resurrection of the dead comes. So these are obviously hard and difficult things to understand. But there's a sense also b'shokvecha, right? What we say in the morning when you lie down. Lying down sort of indicates that I'm eventually going to wake back up. So even that line saying lying down is really a reference to the resurrection of the dead, again, according to some teachings. And then lastly, additionally, we have actually when you wake up, Vakitzoti tasichecha, right? And when you awake, I'm actually going to then speak to you, right? So the Torah at that point, the Torah that you study, the good deeds that you've done, they will advocate for you in the resurrection of the dead. That will be, as far as like you're filling your spirit with what's necessary to then when they hear the call of God, when they hear the trumpets, the shofar of Messiah, they will awaken, right? So here too, this is the same Torah that you've toiled over and we studied throughout this whole lifetime, right? Ultimately, the secrets are revealed to you and you attain enlightenment. And like the rest of the righteous, we are then sitting and enjoying God's radiance.
Right. It kind of connects to what we mentioned last week, that visual, that nice visual of every book that you open in this world will be added to your library in the world to come. So when you wake up in your lovely bed in the world to come, right in your room, You will have a nice, very nice set of bookshelves with a lot of nice books that you can have. And those are the things that you will be able to discuss with people that you love in that space.
Correct. I agree with that. Can you just scroll down a little more?
Yep.
ואומר, לי הכסף ולי הזהב, נאום Adonai, right? We end with the prophet Haggai, right? Which and in a sense, he's really responding back to the guy. Liya kesef Eliya zav ne'um Adonai, right? This money that you offered me, was it even really yours?
Right.
Like you weren't born with it. Ultimately, this has to do with the world that God creates, and this is basically just a deposit from Hashem, and it's not a guarantee that this money is even going to stay with you. And in a certain sense, Hashem Tzvaot, right? He's the one that if I need money and if this is what I need, he's going to make sure I get it. He's going to make sure that I'll get it some other way. I don't have to have it by, you offering to me right now. So this is why he goes back to his answer. I dwell only in the place of Torah. That I could be certain of. Any additions from the book?
And that's exactly what Midrash Shmuel says. So that it says that's why Rabbi Yossi was not impressed.
There you go.
Yeah, so
not impressed. By the way, anyone listening to this shouldn't think for a moment that, like I said, what the Midrash that the Midrash Shmuel said what I said. It is very much that's what I must have heard being taught in school or in class or when I've gone in the past, and that's why I'm mentioning it. These ideas are not my own. I am just a vessel repeating what my teachers and rabbis taught before me. So I just wanted to clarify that. Do you want to go on?
Yeah, we could.
We did some good timing this time.
We did better.
Okay,
so we have Hamisha Kinyanim.
Okay. I'll read it in English. In Hebrew, you'll take it in English?
Yeah.
חמישה קניינים קנה הקדוש ברוך הוא בעולמו, באלוהן, תורה. קניין אחד, שמיים וארץ קניין אחד, אברהם קניין אחד, ישראל קניין אחד, בית המקדש קניין אחד. תורה מניין, דכתיב, אדוני קנני ראשית דרכו, קדם מפעליו מאז. שמיים וארץ מניין, דכתיב, כה אמר אדוני השמיים, כסאי וארץ אדום רגלי. איזה בית אשר תבנו לי ואיזה מקום מנוחתי. ואומר, מה רבו מעשיך אדוני כולם בחוכמה עשית, מלאה הארץ קנייניך. אברהם מניין, דכתיב, ויברכהו ויאמר, ברוך אברהם לאל עליון, קונה שמיים וארץ. ישראל מניין, דכתיב, עד יעבור עמך אדוני, עד יעבור זו קנית. ואומר, לקדושים אשר בארץ המה ואדירי כל חפצי בם. בית המקדש מניין, דכתיב, מכון לשבטך פעלת אדוני, מקדש אדוני כוננו ידיך. ואומר, ויביאם אל גבול קודשו, הר זה קנתה ימינו. Verses are always so intense.
Yep. Okay. So God acquired 5 acquisitions in his world. These are, one acquisition is the Torah. One acquisition are the heavens and the earth. One acquisition is Abraham. One acquisition is the people of Israel. And one acquisition is the Holy Temple. The Torah, as it is written, God acquired me as the beginning of his way, before his works of yore. The heavens and the earth, as it is written, so says God, the heavens are my throne and the earth is my footstool. What house then can you build for me? And where is my place of rest? And it says, how many are your works, O God? You have made them all with wisdom. The earth is filled with your acquisitions. Which is actually one of my favorite verses. Mm-hmm. Abraham, as it is written, and he blessed him and said, blessed be Abram, to God the Most High, acquirer of heavens and earth. Israel, as it is written, till your nation, O God, shall pass, till this nation you have acquired shall pass. And it says, to the holy who are upon the earth, the noble ones, in whom is all my delight. The holy temple, as it is written, the base of your dwelling that you, God, have achieved, the sanctuary, O Lord, that your hands have established. And it says, and he brought them to his holy domain. This mount his right hand has acquired.
All right. So, 5 acquisitions. I would say the first thing we have to ask is God acquires nothing from no one because God is the maker of all things, right? So off the bat, we could say, how is it possible for God to acquire anything?
Yeah.
Right? So to that, our response would be, we're not talking about acquiring something the way we acquire something in the store, but rather sort of the way you would acquire a skill or acquire something by making something. Okay? So so for all intents and purposes, when I go to, if I'm a carpenter, right, and I take a piece of wood and I cut it and shape it and sand it and do it, like it is mine. Like I this is fully mine because I've built it in every stage and I did it in every stage. So I've acquired it in the sense.
Yeah.
So acquire shouldn't be reading things God bought, rather things God created. However, we would still ask, that's fine, Chezi, but God created everything as well. Right? So even if he didn't acquire it, obviously he acquires everything because it's all his, but he also made everything. So why are we only limiting it right now to 5? Right? So the sense is these 5 are the essence of creation, right? There's a deeper level to them, right? Their purpose is really to fulfill the goal of creation. And of course, it's revealing God's glory in our world, right? So when you want to title an object, this is Ben's acquisition, right? So there has to be value to that, and for a person to attach his name to something, it can't be worthless, right? So what are these things that God would want to attach his name to, right? So because we know God, of course, acquired everything, and God also created everything, but these are things that God knows, like, oh, if you see that, you know it's Air Jordans, right? You know that's like a God acquisition because like it's clear that that's his thing, and each one of these acquisitions, we should think about it as its value it doesn't derive from the relation to the other ones, right? Each acquisition really stands on its own. However, they're ultimately they're all connected, of course, they work together harmoniously, but each one is its own thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything in the magic book?
Yeah, the magic book, the Hasidic book. There's the Rebbe. So the Hasidic thought here is he says about how all these 5 acquisitions, they are why are we saying there are creations and there are acquisitions? He's saying that these 5 things specifically do not go a major change as they descend into this world.
They did not
do not go a major change as they descend into this world. So there's something about.
Let's put this up here for a second. I want to as we go through them now, let's go think how each one is descending into this world.
Okay.
So we have the list. So let's jump down to the verses with the list right now. We have Torah Minayin, right? So where do we learn this? Acquisition number 1, creation number 1 is Torah. Obviously that makes sense that it's a source, right? Because that's where we're saying the conversation is stemming from. This goes back to also what we were talking about with Kirk in the previous chapter. Hashem kaneni rashid darko kedem mifalav me'az. Right. So what is that in English over here?
Is the beginning. God acquired me as the beginning of his way before his works of yore.
Okay. Right. So what is the purpose for the world that's created? What's the destiny of this world? And in the sense, it's the observance of Torah, right? And the fulfillment of its commandments. Again, I explained briefly how for the Gentiles of the world, while the Torah is not theirs, that doesn't mean they could participate in the commandments which stem back to the connection of God and Torah. So like that, this is still a call out for the whole world. And that's why the purpose is true for the whole world as well, right? So the Torah is the root, and it's the wisdom from all the things, all actions begin, right? And that's believed that everything is manifested from that. And that's how God reveals everything to all its creations. And eventually everyone is also going to recognize God's sovereignty. and that's why we're all going to go through that righteous path. And everything eventually goes back to the source. And the Torah here is really supposed to represent the source, right? And behind the Torah, or in the Torah, obviously this is an element of God. So everyone will understand the foundation of the world and its existence, which ultimately is saying, be holy, so we could then see ourselves properly as akin to God and be his proper sons and unite back with the source. So that's where we want to go to when we say also Torah. I don't only mean like learn this tractate, but again, going back to the source, because recognizing that the Torah is the source, right?
Divine wisdom.
I'm sorry?
Divine wisdom.
Right. It's the divine wisdom. It's the, like we said, it's the blueprint, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the blueprint, and what the world is established based on that, and the universe really operates according to these principles and based on the laws that are written in it. That's not saying, I'm not making a scientific claim. Okay, there's another level to this, and the existence of this world and the observance of the commandments, really, it's the purpose. So we have to be able to use the world properly, and if you want to do that, you need to have the proper iOS, which are you have to have the proper operating system. Yeah. And we believe that the Torah is the proper operating system, and that's why it's definitely one of the most fundamental acquisitions.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just say that it's our job to dig deep and participate and wrestle with the Torah to make sure that it stays relevant and ever nourishing, because it is eternal. Sometimes it could seem to us that it's not eternal, and that means we need to dig deeper. I'm not saying that we should change it. I'm saying, but that change that happens doesn't necessarily mean that it's change that's happening by force. Rather, sometimes it could be change that's happening from better understanding. Right? The Baal Shem Tov isn't necessarily teaching us new Torah. Rather, he is re-explaining and redefining and changing jargon with regards to Torah, which to us could seem novel, but he'll just tell you this is what they were always practicing. So here too, we have an opportunity, as we are at an ever accelerating pace of things changing, to make sure we safeguard our Torah and grow together, of course, with it.
Right.
As well. That's my little point on the Torah. Shamayim ve'aretz minayin, right? How do we know about the earth, the heavens and the earth? Dechtiv, כה אמר השם, השמיים כיסי וארץ אדום רגלי. איזה בית אשר תבנו לי ואיזה מקום מנוחתי. ואומר, מה רבו מעשיך השם כולם בחוכמה עשית, מלאה הארץ קנייניך, right? The verse that you like, right? So the heavens and the earth, this is obviously very significant because the heavens and the earth are providing the framework for the Torah, right? Where will the Torah be observed and where will its holy words be realized, right? The answer is in the heavens and the earth, right? So the entire universe is really the body that houses the soul, which is the Torah. That's why the heavens and the earth, the simulation has to be played out at some place, right? So you need to build a matrix where you could actually be doing this, right?
Right. So I think, again, so when we talk about acquisitions, I think these acquisitions are things that reveal God in a more manifest way, right? So if we talk about Torah, if we talk about Shamayim va'aretz,
yeah,
right? So the Rebbe here talks about how when we see a tree growing out of the land, it's, for us, it's the closest thing that we can get from nothing to something, right? From like the smallest thing ever to a giant tree that lasts for generations, right? Mm-hmm. These are reflections. These are things that for us connect us to something higher, that in other things, apart from maybe these 5 different acquisitions, it's harder for us to see the essence.
I hear that. And that's why, again, right, like you said, there's a difference between the heavens and the earth, right? So there's a sense where like, the heavens really represent the higher, the more spiritual realms, right? And which, are channeling the blessings of God, down to the earth where actions could actually happen, right? Where these things are actually manifested on the ground, where like theory could be practiced into reality,
right?
Which is in a sense why, when the snake says, eat from this tree, right? Because if you want to actually experience the good and evil in this world, right, that has to happen. There's a very controversial statement, because you have to realize that the snake ultimately is created by God, right?
Yeah.
And like you have to ask, like, why was this created? So the Zohar gives an example where he says, when the deer wants to give birth, right, but it's scared because of the pain, a snake comes out and bites it on the ankle, and because of fear, the baby comes out. And the sense was where the Zohar is alluding to, where this was a necessary fall that had to happen if you want to, let's say, participate in, if you want to have the difference between heaven and earth, you have to come to earth and experience how that actually, what that looks like. And then that connects to Midrashim that Adam and Chava actually wanted that, right? They wanted to experience that fall. They didn't want to just experience it as sort of fully experienced and understood. Rather, they wanted the challenge as well. And we spoke about that a little also with when Shlomo Melech talks about Hevel, right? How the Torah also, like at a certain level, his Torah becomes sort of like pointless. It's Hevel because I fully understand it right now, and I'm looking for the next level. I want something else. So in this case, he's looking for Torah Mashiach, and Adam and Eve's level, they wanted to participate in, life.
Yeah. Cool.
But again, controversial take. Yeah. Right. So those were the heavens, and obviously we know that it's impossible to confine God, right, in like the 4 cubits, even of the temple, right? It can't ultimately Hashem's glory can't be in one specific place. And that's why we're saying that's why the heavens is quote unquote large enough as far as its vastness, right? So you could say that it's says God's throne, and that's why the footstool is really has to do with things that are on the ground, which are like his creatures, his creations. That would be considered his footstool. First of all, there's many levels of interpretation of this, and we're not going into like all of Ezekiel's visions, but there's another symbol. You could also see the throne symbolizes like royalty, governance, and authority, obviously in the world, and that's why on earth, when we are dealing with things that are spiritually are harder for us to attain, and things are much lower, and God's presence is a lot more concealed in this world. That's why it's considered like a footstool, because it's lower and you don't necessarily see the full picture. Now, some would even argue that the concealment of God is really what proves that God exists. Like he's so concealed that it's obviously that he's there. How else could you explain like this wonderful world and then also not see him there? But like because this pain and because this darkness that we have, we recognize that we're still within that retraction. And again, like we're seeing the gaping hole. So it's obviously that something is supposed to be there.
Right.
Hey, Alan.
Hey, what's going on, Ezzy?
What's going on? Thank God.
Hey, Ben. Nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Yeah, I just had a question. What the relationship for non-Hebrews is, because there's sort of the Noahide discussion, and then also the separation of traditions. So I'm sure this is a topic that's come up a lot, and it's sort of a meta topic. But what the order of operations in those, or a way of thinking from your perspective, would be for those.
Can you try to define it a little more, if you don't mind, like the difference you're trying to tease out?
Yeah. Well, it seems like there is a relationship that you've pointed to that all people have with God, and then yet there's a special relationship that the Hebrews have, and that's in a lot of ways that's that's okay in that that these other traditions will exist, have to exist, or God allows them to exist, or whatever phrase we want to use. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, even those other traditions have a relationship with the one God. So what exactly is that relationship, and how do their traditions and their unique parts of their cultures relate to God, and how does God's mandates relate to them?
Fantastic question, which is like a longer conversation, but I'll just give you, let's say, on one foot, basically, that and you could find different interpretations according to some rabbis. I lean on a specific viewpoint, which is, let's say, more pluralistic and understanding, but of course backed up by plenty of heavy hitters, so to speak, rabbinical rabbis and scripture. But there are many, many verses where God is talking to the nations of the world and talks to them as if, and recognizing the difference between Israel and them, but saying that I have a different relationship with them. At some point, he also gets to calling Assyria my handiwork and Egypt my people. And usually my people is reserved to the people of Israel, but he even calls Egypt my people. And there's a sense where all the nations of the world are, and we say, sorry, I'll take a step back. We say in the Torah, there's 70 facets of the Torah, 70 faces of the Torah, 7 different interpretations or viewpoints of the Torah. And this is true also about the nations, which is there are also 70 different interpretations. So 70 is symbolic of different pathways towards God and understanding God as well. And you even see this with Naaman and Elisha in the Bible, when Elisha takes care of Naaman, and Naaman says, "I'm going to go back to my king, and I'm going to continue doing his idol worship, but I want to know that I'm good with you and God. Now that I realize that the truth is with you, is that okay?" And he says yeah, you go and be blessed. Continue your cultural work now that you recognize the one true God. So I believe that many of the religions, and definitely, let's say, Hinduism, Christianity, Islam, all of them are ultimately going back to the source. And traditions got mixed up along the way. And the sense is that there's a divine spark in all these religions. Maimonides talks about how we can't deny the fact that Christianity and Islam are clearly divine manifestations of God's will. And he defines them as path makers for the Messiah, right? And because of their unique relationship, there's a lot of literature about the whole unique relationship Ishmael has with God. There are interpretations that also look at Christianity as was a possibility of a Messiah, son of Joseph. There's 2 different topics. There's Messiah, son of Joseph, and Messiah, son of David. These are 2 different periods and stages in redemption. So having said all that, I'm zooming back in right now. God says there's going to be other prophets. We know the story of Bilam as well. So there are other conversations happening with the divine. There are other sequences happening with the divine. Judaism and God's election of the Jews as a priestly class is there to say, I'm looking to build a house, which we'll call humanity. Everyone's invited inside. In a house, there's a chimney. If you want to breathe air well, comfortably, the chimney needs to be cleaned every now and then. The Jews, the Hebrews, are the chimney cleaners. That doesn't mean they get the penthouse. It doesn't mean that they have first dibs necessarily on the fridge. It just means they are the most skilled in making sure the chimney's clean, so there can be proper conversation with the divine. Now, what we believe is that the other prophets or other religions, assuming they have a divine true spark in them, that their frequency, and I use the terminology of, let's say, AM and FM, they're playing on AM. And it's okay for them to be playing on AM. Judaism, for the last, thousands of years, have been participating with FM. Many times they screw up. Many times they throw out the radios. Sometimes they were completely kicked off the frequency and left off their land. But they only participate with FM. That's why there's no masks. There's no mediators. There's no sun. There's no nothing. There's only the direct line. That we, however, recognize that other nations of the world have AM. And in AM, you do use Brahman. And you do use Vishnu. And you do use Jesus. And you might need other vessels that are allowing you to give you that message. At some point, we hope, as the knowledge of God spreads along the world, you could look at that as far as the internet or conversations or the fact that we're even speaking right now. We hope that as we could see ourselves better by also understanding and seeing and speaking to the other religions out there, we could offer them tools to tweak their frequency. And now, what I believe in this, the rabbis that I follow and my work with the Noahide movement is, there's a beautiful, unique language and tapestry that God has presented the world. Different languages, different colors. So there is something divine with how Christians worship that's unique to them. There's something divine and unique to how the Hindus worship. Now, there is, through many, many thousands of years, levels, we'll call them the klipa, the shell of idolatry, or the shell of impurity. Impurity doesn't mean bad, evil. It means not pure, as in not the cleanest frequency. We are here to offer tweaks. So the Hindu comes and says, okay, this is my theological suitcase. The great rabbis, I'm not one of them, would come and say, okay, these 7 vadas, they're great. This, like the fact that you do Kundalini yoga and say the phrase one of God's sequences names is that same spelling, We have that in Kabbalah as well. So that's fine. Keep on doing that. That's not strange. That's all good. The third eye, we have that too. We have the phylacteries that we put on that is supposed to be between your eyes. That's also good. That's fine. There are things that we should tweak. I don't know if we need to necessarily use this imagery anymore. I don't know if we necessarily need this temple idea anymore. Now, after that, go do your thing. Come up to the temple, pray to God. It's going to be very strange for your whole community to suddenly start praying to God the way Chezi prays to God. It's going to be out of whack. It's going to be very confusing for you. So instead, I tell you, come to the temple, and you guys are all going to be with your saris and your dot doing your thing. But we've already recognized that it's all oriented to the same thing. So it's pure speech. Pure speech doesn't mean we're speaking the same language. It means the concepts are the same. So I would say that's sort of the universal vision that I want to partake in, that I believe our sages and our rabbis were pushing us to. And I think we are now in our day and age starting to see percolation, seedlings of that type of conversation. And to me, TLC is a data point of something like that, because before I want to presume that I could go to the Christians and tell them, hey, this is the word of God, I am noticing that the Christians themselves are saying, hey, what are we doing? Who are we? How do we connect this? And that doesn't mean you're doubting your relationship with God. It means that I see you talking to Paul and Paul talking to Sam, and those conversations are an indication that clearly there's a bigger story that we're all trying to get to. So it could be hubris of me to say like that I know the truth. Obviously, I'm speaking within my context, but that's the context. I don't know if that was a good explanation, but
yeah, no, it's very helpful. Yeah, I just wanted to jump on, and thanks for hosting this. I appreciate it. That was the one part where I sort of wanted some clarification, but the rest of it, just getting as much background on this as possible, because I don't know this book. But yeah, thanks for the clarification.
My pleasure, and feel free to ask any other questions. And if I don't know if what I sounded also sounds like offensive. I understand it if it might, but like as you have to realize, like as far as Jews, like what I'm saying is fairly controversial. As far as like within my circles would be like why are you offering like a smorgasbord of like religions basically to everyone and telling like, so that's difficult for some people to think of. Like I would say, after this clarification happened, so to speak, this theological kosher stamp, your church doesn't need to get destroyed, and like the concept of Mary doesn't have to get destroyed. You just would have to see like, how do I still use those concepts and fill them with meaning still? Yeah. But again,
no, it's all no, this is all very helpful, and I think part of the having good conversations in TLC and elsewhere is actually understanding where people are really coming from. I think as much as the similarities are important to point out, it's also important to point out the differences and navigating those. So yeah, no, I mean, I just want to know what you're thinking, what you believe. So please don't sugarcoat anything, because at the end of every stream.
At the end of every stream, usually I do like a sinister laugh. I do like this with my hands, and I become like very sneaky. But like I don't let anyone see that. So like, I put like my Gargamel
Dang,
mask
I logged
on.
off right before the end.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. I had that
but-
giant pile of Bibles that were covered in gasoline behind you. I was like, what are you doing
exactly.
with that?
Usually, Judaism is, historically doesn't evangelize. I don't like to using the term like to evangelize. I'm not going to people and saying like become a Noahide. However, I do think we moved on to, there were things that were forbidden to do. You were forbidden to write down the Torah. It was an oral Torah. And eventually Judah the Prince comes and sees like, yeah, this is not working. No one's remembering anything. Everything, the temples are being destroyed. We got to write it down. We write it down. And then we said like, okay, well, you can never get paid to teaching Torah. And then we said like, okay, but no one's teaching it, and these teachers are going on strike, so like we're going to have to pay them. And then there was a prohibition for teaching Torah to women, and we're like, okay, but that's sort of backwards. And like Devorah the prophetess, Esther, Miriam, Sipporah, like how about women can't study? And we're like, okay. The last one was you can't teach Torah to Gentiles. And I'm done with that. We're done. Now we're moving on to like next phase, and the phase also has to do with the name change in Israel itself. We have 3 different identity markers. We have Jacob, and that is our national. That is our religious identity. We have Judah, and that is our national identity, and we have Jeshurun, and Jeshurun is our universal identity. And I am, and this also ultimately goes into politics as well, where like I think Israel is not like the state of Israel is not manifesting itself properly into that role. Jacob will call it like the hell of Zionism and it's Satan's work, and I'll say like no, Zionism are the seedlings of the Messianic era. However, we as in the Jews of the world and specific Israelites need to realize the weight of responsibility we have and manifest it into the most amazing place. We are not doing so. We're not doing so right now. And the fact that we're still fighting with our cousins in this biblical historical battle, to me, has flavors of bigger things, more than just like geopolitical questions. So we're in exciting times. All right.
With that also, I think I ran out of time, so I will need to.
So we'll continue. I'm gonna chill for a few more minutes, but Ben, so it's like we stopped in Abraham, and we'll continue next week. So maybe next week we'll do this, and maybe we'll finish everything next week fully.
Right? Yeah.
Shalom, Ben.
Catch you on the Ben.
All right.
Cool beans. Okay, Kirk, you're here with Alan. I don't know if you ever met Alan. Alan is a participant in TLC, lives in New York City. Aside from his good looks and witty remarks, he's also a comedian, a very, very funny man that allows for levity and joyous remarks and occasions in this little TLC. I'm actually a very big fan of laughter. Laughter has a very mystical and holy.
He's a professional comedian?
I define professional, but no, I have a day job, but I have been paid to do comedy. If that's so, it depends on your definition.
What is your day job?
I write ads, so I'm I'm a copywriter.
Are you Ken Clark by day?
Yeah. You know, I have my comedy clothes underneath these clothes.
Is Alan, are you a Noahide or a Christian or a Jew or?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
A beautiful, God-loving Christian.
Yeah. Well, good for you.
Yeah,
I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a small minority religion. Have you ever heard of it before, Christian?
We're really trying to get out there.
Jesus? I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to press, really make a name for us.
What I was just saying earlier, Hezi, I'm not trying to do it in any way to be a gotcha. It's just I've personally been struggling with religious beliefs myself. I'm still religious, but I'm working through these things out, and I'm younger, and I'm looking for different perspectives, but like basically the argument I'm trying to work out in my head is like, if we recognize that a chair cannot come out of nothing, and we believe that God created everything else out of nothing, right? The only infinite thing is God, right? We sing in Adon Olam, right? The only thing that is not finite within the world is God. Um, how do we reconcile that with like the logical principle of something not coming out of nothing? And like, I have faith God created the world, but I hope you understand why that would be a struggle for a young person to understand.
It's a struggle for also old people to understand. First of all, I would just tell you that when there's doubt, that's not something that you necessarily have to be fearful of.
I'm not
Doubt is
fearful of
okay.
it, but it's not fear. It's, I guess you could say, a form of anxiety. Just not having all the answers.
I understand that, and Maimonides ultimately ends his works, his philosophical work of the Guide to the Perplexed. Doesn't end it, but mentions in it, even though he tends to contradict himself, but that's purposeful. That ultimately we're all standing on this point of doubt, right? This chaos and order. You could look at these different versions of how you want to articulate it, but it's called faith, right? And this is something that we participate in. But I would let you know, Kirk, that our sages also tell us that an individual could go through, or sometimes needs to go through, 50
gates of heresy.
50 gates of heresy. So you could be at a stage right now where as long as the search is not over, I wouldn't be scared necessarily if you find yourself in a quote unquote rough patch where you are an unbeliever right now. Then
I'm not an unbeliever, but
what I'm saying is that even that is okay.
That is okay.
That is part of our journey. And even sometimes during our unbelieving stage, that unbelieving could be more spiritual than what we were participating in during our quote unquote believing stage. Jordan Peterson said this to Alex O'Connor, I think that's his name, whatever, the cosmic mystic, when they were talking about like what's Christian. At some point he said, like, well, that's, some people are saying that, but they're not living a Christian ethic, right? So there's many people that call themselves
those who say Lord, Lord don't necessarily enter the kingdom of heaven. It's this quote from the New Testament.
So no, but he was specifically answering the way they're behaving. But so don't worry necessarily also about the titles either. Be in your journey.
Understand. But basically, the Jewish theological response is just, even God, the law of identity can be suspended by God because of his all powerful nature.
Correct.
I understand.
There's more answers in that too, but like I'm gonna write this down. I think I'll send you an article in a second.
I'll read it after this.
Gilad. Hello, sir.
Hello. Hello, Kirk. Hello, Alan. Hello, Chezi.
Hello, Gilad. How's your day going?
It's night at this point.
Is Gilad in Israel?
I am in Israel.
What time is it in Israel?
10:30.
Oh, it's hard for. Oh, sorry. It's just hard for an American audience to understand, because Americans think everywhere else is America.
Since Gilad is here, sorry, Alan, go ahead.
No, I just haven't been to that state yet. Are you guys on the West Coast or the East Coast?
Gilad is a dear friend. Gilad and I share, we obviously share a love for this country. But I was going to say we are at times politically divided, and we've been very fortunate to have nice, long, robust conversations, political conversations in nature. Specifically in Israel, these things usually have a flavor of some religious undertones, theological undertones, just because the nature of the state we're in. But those are conversations that Gilad and I have. And while we may discuss some right now, I would just say, Alan, if you like, no pressure, zero pressure, of course, you happen to be here right now with two Israelis. So if you had any questions about Israel, politics, war, you are definitely should feel comfortable to ask questions like that. Why are you doing a genocide? No, but you're welcome to ask any question. You're welcome to ask any question, and I'll be glad to answer. And Kirk, if you're nervous that this is going to get too political, so
No, I'll stay on, but it says right here in the chat that Alan said he has to jump.
Yeah, I'll ask it quickly. I have a 3:30 meeting, so in 5 minutes. But yeah, I guess for Israelis, how much do you think of this conflict as directly between is Israel, the state of Israel, and the Palestine, and how much do you see it as Israel versus Middle Eastern powers in general, or other powers that are
Or the Arabs.
outside of the border? Yeah, the Arab. I don't know exactly. Sorry, I don't know how to word all this in your terms, but
sounds racist.
Yeah. Hey, God acquired you, so you didn't have to give you guys. I'm sorry that. Now you are the one. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. How much is it seen as like this state versus Israel versus more general Arab powers?
Gilad, your thoughts?
I wouldn't say general Arab powers. It's definitely a bigger conflict than just Israel versus, say, the rulers in Gaza, Hamas in this case. Iran is deeply involved, and that's Hezbollah in the north. But let's say Jordan, Egypt, the Emirates, and Saudi Arabia.
Houthis.
And Qatar.
Qatar is a whole different stories. So it's a wider conflict for sure, but it's not divided along the lines of Arab powers, let's say in general, against Israel, which is what it was, let's say, in the 6 Day War and in Yom Kippur War. So the map, like the geopolitical situation, has changed in that sense. So it's a bigger conflict, but it's a different type of alignment.
I would argue, though, I agree with what you're saying, but I would not argue. I would add that on the governmental level, right? I think like you'll find like with Morocco or the whole Abraham Accords, like there's a lot more willingness to move sort of to strengthen relationships with Israel. But it's more. I don't think I would love it to be true, but I don't think there's any theological undertones over there. That's very much like business, finance, protection, military considerations. However, I would think the populations in those countries, even in the Abraham Accords, there's a common tension still with Arabs and Jews. So I don't think the Arab world in large has like reformed in a certain way where they're like being very like accepting of Jews right now. I think like on the governmental level that's true, and that I think that could be a catalyst to changing of minds and hearts down the road. But I would say on the ground things are probably still quite bleak.
Unless you're finished, if you're finished responding to Alan, I have a question, historical. I was watching a video and it had a bit of anti-Semitic, like racially anti-Semitic undertones. It was saying stuff like Bolshevik Jew and stuff like that. But basically, it was saying that the Soviet Union and now modern day Russia under Putin, it says basically the goal long term is they fund the Arabs so that way the Arabs will attack Israel, but not enough to where the Arabs will actually be successful, to where Israel can actually defeat the Arabs, but the Arabs will be under basically the Russian thumb. Like, do you believe that like Russia, China, Iran, some of these non-Arab states, they fund the Palestinian cause, they fund Marxist causes among Palestine, not because they actually care about the Palestinian cause long term, but they wanted to expand geopolitical control. Unfortunately, this was using it like the specific video I think was using anti-Semitic implication of like global domination, but like just putting that aside, like states like Iran, Russia, China, they do it for geopolitical reasons as opposed to like genuine concern for the Palestinians.
Oh, no one's concerned for the Palestinians, and that's very unfortunate. And I think we should be like I don't know if we should be the most concerned, but we should definitely be on the top of the list of people that are concerned. But no one is concerned about the Palestinians,
Well,
and
many
that's also,
progressives are.
they're not. That's a guilt trip, and they're concerned for themselves. Like no one. It's sad, but I promise you, Kirk, no one cares about them. That doesn't mean individuals don't care about baby dying. No one wants baby X to die. The Palestinian as a group, that has been a ball that's been pushed down the road for many, 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 many years. Many people to blame. Israel being one of those people to blame. Obviously Hamas and obviously the Palestinians themselves. But my point is that no one cares. All the interests right now are political. As far as like the machinations of China and Russia, I mean, all I know is what we all see as far as how the world, news and how the world is mapping out. But I would say we have no idea what's happening behind these closed doors. We have no idea what these people are doing. And there's also an element, as you could see, from Donald Trump, from Joe Biden, and Putin. All these people also have probably real mental issues. Like it's a real problem. Like these people are just Donald Trump. This is true, or at least he said this. He was talking to, I don't know if it was Putin or Kim Jong-un. Un or ill? Which one is it again right now?
Un.
Okay. So
They all have small penises.
Yeah, he told him, I'll use like a nuke. And then he's like, no, you won't do that. He's like, oh, but maybe I will. It's just like a weird, I could see Donald Trump saying that. It's weird for he would be like saying like, but maybe I will about nuclear power. So like, I can't, and I don't know what a sentence like that says, what that now means for geopolitics. Like that could be a sentence that could be very terrifying for a lot of people, and something that means you have peace in 7 other areas because of that. So that is a web that's too difficult for me to figure out. I can't tell you.
I understand it, but like I don't know if I mean China, they look at what they're doing to Uyghurs. I don't think China really principally cares about the Muslim cause or anything like that. I mean,
Gilad, what's going on? Share some thoughts
about China or just generally.
Forget China. Doesn't exist. I didn't get to read your article though.
What was that
you sent? Sorry, go ahead, Gilad.
Yeah, sorry, Kirk. Chezi was changing the subject, and I wasn't sure what was going on. So
I'm inviting for a subject change. That's it.
All right. Yeah. As for, just to not be rude, as for China, I think it's just like a conversation for people who are more well versed in it than I.
I understand. That makes sense. I'm not a foreign policy expert myself. I mean,
yeah, I've watched some experts discussing some subjects, and like I'd have to watch a lot more and read a lot more to be comfortable discussing that.
Do you know who Peter Zeihan is? Yeah, he I saw him on like the Joe Rogan show, and he's like,
I know, but he speaks like so confidently that I don't know about that guy. Like, first of all, it's his like little ponytail. So this is what's going to happen. The Houthis, how do you know? No one knew about the Houthis till like 2 minutes ago, and now he has like he knows all about the Houthis. So like, I don't know about that guy.
I haven't heard him, but I'll just sort of say in general, which I think goes to Chezi's point, it's like I've followed a lot of different, let's say, conflicts, historical events, let's say the war in Ukraine, things like that. And you get a lot of people speaking very confidently about a lot of things. Very few of them get most of their analyses and predictions right. And those that do usually aren't so, let's say, boastful and confident about everything. Like the ones that tend to have a better track record tend to be people who are, first of all,
humble.
Yeah. So that's all I'm saying.
And this might be related to an ongoing conversation that Gilad and I have, but I would even say with regards to your question, Kirk, that you hear experts talking about like, well, Israel, its interest is X and they want to do Y. What's sad is that internally in Israel, Gilad and I both know that like that decision was made because this guy Ben Gvir was being an asshole. There wasn't like a political, like he thought and he knew and he planned, like he just did something ridiculous. And now Bibi had to respond X, and now the international world has to respond Y. And that might mean like we won't get weapons from this person. And there was no like, it was a ploy that they were thinking about. Joe Biden was being sneaky. That just happened because like, unfortunately in Israel right now, we're dealing with like a complete, I don't want to say a complete collapse because then there would be a collapse, but it is
silly decisions.
Silly decisions is not enough. That's keeping it too light. It's more than that. It's like if Israel's dealing, you have to like, if there was October 7th, and right now there's like an active war going up north. At the same time, on the news you have Bibi said that America's not giving him the weapons. America's saying that like it's like TV show. Like people are like it's really crazy. So like I'm just seeing
Well, we live in strange times. You know, we live in the 21st century where information is more easily accessible, as is disinformation, and where people are more interconnected than ever. And that interconnection also means people start to form bubbles and information bubbles. And that's one of the reasons why I try to hang out in multiple spaces to bridge those gaps. But, you know, at the end of the day, we can't know what's in someone else's head. So the best we can estimate from it is the decisions they actualize externally.
Unfortunately, I think even this, I think there's people that might have noble aspirations in their head, but what they actualize on the ground is ridiculous. And again, that's due to forces and due to there's we spoke about this in the past, Kirk, you know, that streamer Destiny. And so he was in Israel recently for a few days. And he, I'm sorry if you guys hear, there's just protests happening outside.
Political protest?
Political protest. I joked before that Jacob sent it to like outside my house because of the channel. He wants to like make sure my Zionism is being knocked out by these protests. But I live near the Knesset. The house here is near the Knesset, so like they're quite active. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought right now. That I forgot. I'm sorry.
About how people can have noble intentions, but
they can have noble intentions, but they could like. I think you have these deals that you have to make. I was saying Destiny. Destiny was here, and when he was talking, recapping, he said, you know, I didn't realize how Israel's government, the way it's built, the political system, you know, you have, and this is an issue, like, for example, someone like Ben Gvir could get so much political power because of the systems we have over here. Not only because of the systems, obviously, people need to make deals with him. People need to say, okay, there's other forces outside, but that is just crazy. And I don't think people also realize like the pressures that are on any government leader in Israel in the parliament because of all the voices that you bring inside over here. You end up in very difficult places at times.
Yeah. I mean, that is one of the elements of a parliamentary system you might not have in a non-parliamentary system, but I'm not an expert in governmental relations. So Gilad, to my understanding, you are a secular left-leaning Israeli.
Yeah, secular. I guess left-leaning is a bit too light, but I'm left. Right? That's where I would align myself politically. It's synonymous by the government with traitor, so I guess I'm a leftist traitor. So, like, that's generally I'm giving like a reflection of what the political atmosphere in Israel is. So
I understand. And how long have you been a part of this of TLC?
I thought he was going to ask how long have you been a traitor. I was like, all right, Kirk, come on.
No.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm part of TLC really. I've watched Vervaeke's series about I think 2 years ago. Then I got on Vervaeke's server, but I have a background in studying and let's say engaging with, because it's not like just intellectual studies, with Jewish texts and things like the things discussed in Ethics of the Fathers that you studied right now. And
Well, I was asking how long have you been part
yeah,
of or
so I'm
Jacob's channel?
answering that. I'm just saying, like, I came to Jacob's server because on Vervaeke's server there wasn't a lot of engagement with Jewish philosophy and Jewish thinking in general. So I kind of stumbled onto this server where, let's say, I'm among the more of the oddballs. Like, so I'm
Yeah,
not.
but how many years ago is my question?
2 years is
2
when I
years?
got Vervaeke's server, and like I said, I'm
No, how many years since you got on Jacob's server?
about the same. Like it
I
was.
see.
Yeah,
And so you appreciate classical religious texts within the Jewish tradition, even though you don't believe they're divinely inspired?
I think that the question of, let's say, the existence of God, or the metaphysical questions that people tend to put a lot of importance in, are not. First of all, they're not that interesting to me personally, but moreover, they're not at the center of almost any of the texts that, like, except, let's say, the mystical ones. But the Mishnah, the Gemara, those texts are very much aligned with what you want to discuss if you're thinking about what does it mean to be a good person, what does it mean to run a proper society. That's, and they're very, very deep and intelligent discussions of all of those points. So I think that's just a cultural treasure to engage with and to be in awe of.
I understand. So, yeah, so you're sort of agnostic as to the metaphysical backing of them, but you still believe there's inherent humanistic importance to a lot of the writings within the rabbinic tradition?
I guess you can say that. I'm more atheistic than agnostic. I'm you could say I'm an atheist who's agnostic about the, let's say, the limit of what is knowable, right? I just don't think that unfalsifiable claims are very interesting to engage with. Like,
I
they have
understand.
a lot of reasons why one would take up one stance and another stance, and you can talk about it, I don't know, psychologically or philosophically, or whatever. But, like, at the end of the day, right, to me, I don't find that it's useful in either, like, extreme, like, whether if someone agrees with me on those things, it doesn't help move forward, and if someone disagrees with me, it doesn't thwart moving forward. So I just don't find them important. That's all.
This, of course, becomes a tension, obviously, when relates to the state of Israel, its laws, how those things manifest. I obviously have an interest to expose, or I don't know if the word is right, is reveal the divine elements in these things. I think where we find more, well, I don't know about more agreement, but part of the tension is also assuming I even had the levels of power of, let's say, how to do something like that. How is something like that done right properly? And this goes back to our conversations about, like, keeping it democratic, not being forceful, not without having coercion into doing these things. Obviously, it's extremely delicate, and very difficult to demand those kind of things. And even if they're very, very, even if they're not so restrictive, if someone's mindset is, someone has an atheistic mindset with this regard, which is understandable, obviously, and obviously that my claim is really more cultural, right? Like there's things that like both like Gilad and I think could agree, like it makes sense that like that Sabbath would be, let's say, the day of rest, and there's like a cultural significance to that, so like why not do that? The question then would be, right, like, are you telling people not to have public transportation on Shabbat, right? Is this something that should be covered, funded by the government or not? So obviously those are very, very difficult questions. At this point of our history, though, while I have made my position, I think, quite clear, I'm more interested in brotherhood and living together. And I believe religiously also that is what God himself also prefers ultimately. And while I have aspirations for, let's say, a messianic period, the only way I could see, like the only responsibility I have to hasten that is to be an ethical and good person, and and then that for that to manifest properly. But I don't see how it will be healthy, and you could see these tensions being, like, unfortunately teased out right now, dealing with, let's say, ultra Orthodox joining the army or not, right? So this is an existential question, realistically. But yes, go ahead, go on.
Yeah. So I guess there's a question that's been on my mind, and I wanted to sort of kind of suss out where you stand and where I stand on this. So you said in I think several occasions, right? If this place becomes something like Switzerland, then that's no good.
Right. Ultimately, you could tell me that next year it turns into Switzerland, and that's like part of the process of evolving into something else. I'm saying my end goal is not to be like just a nice place.
Well, I'm not sure how to read that end goal. I think that's true, like both for your messianic visions and for this. So, what does that entail? Because if you're saying, right, because it's not the end goal, I need now everyone to see that it's not the end goal, and I need everything to change around that, and that needs to happen, now, because otherwise, like, there's something that bothers you. You said this about the Switzerland thing, about my point of, let's say, preventing oppression of any religious life and letting the chips fall where they may. You're saying, like, no, that's not acceptable. Like you mentioned the people who were disgusted by the phylacteries, and saying, like, these people who are disgusted by our heritage, that sort of boils your blood.
I would just say she admitted that, by the way. She apologized for wording it that way, which I was actually very happy that she did that.
So maybe as a clarifying question, what Chezi is saying is that your end goal is not a liberal society. Your end goal is a society rooted in eternal values, rooted in godly priestly behavior. And Gilad is effectively saying that his end goal is a liberal society. His end goal is sort of a
I haven't said that specifically, but I'm trying to sort of suss out, like, the differences that are apparent there. I guess
is your end goal a liberal society?
I would put it like this: my goal is not an end goal, right? I don't think in the time frames that Chezi does, generally speaking, right? I don't see myself or my existence here as the culmination of a 3,000-year journey, right? I think of much more concrete elements of what is relevant within the lifetime of myself, my parents, the generation of who would be my children if I have any, or let's say my nephew. Like the time span that I can make sense of is around that, let's say, and so that's what I'm trying to suss out, right? Because if Chezi is saying, well, we can have your way within the time frame that you care about, and I can have my desires to what happens in 1,000 or 10,000 years from now remain as they are, and this would be a step in the way, then there might not be a need for conflict. So
that's because you don't believe in afterlife, right?
Well, it's just it won't be a conflict for him because I'm not stepping in his way politically, and it wouldn't matter. So even if I was hoping that in 1,000 years this is an extreme, the Third Reich would rise, it would be great, but it doesn't matter to me because you're thinking about that's in 3 years from now. Obviously, the rubber hits the road. Is Chezi, are you going to actively be trying to make that change right now? And if you're trying to do that right now, that is obviously it's problematic in theory on two levels. One, because I disagree with the changes you want to make. Two, if you're thinking in scales of 1,000 years, it's potentially even reckless because you're not going to be even the benefit of those changes. So
but in the spiritual sense, you would be the benefactor if there's an afterlife, which
you're bringing in a different element, though, right? Obviously, that would be great if I could prove that to Gilad, there also wouldn't be an argument. He'd be that sounds awesome that and now you showed it to me, so now I'm not worried. So, but the question is, we don't have that, right? And then the question is again, we should pray at the Western Wall. That's fine, Chezi. We should pray at the Western Wall, and only men could be there. Only men could be there from this time. So then, obviously, it starts becoming more difficult for someone that wants to, again, it's an umbrella term liberal values. I would argue that many of these liberal values stem from the Torah, so hence they're undergirding.
The Torah is not really a liberal document, though.
I mean,
you got to compare it. You got to. There's a lot that goes into that.
Right. In context, time, and then obviously alongside the oral Torah, alongside the changes that have been happening now, arguably, and this is another point that I made in the past, which is it's an uphill battle for me, not only because Gilad is, let's say, denies its value, and I mean the spiritual value, let's say, of this stuff, because he doesn't necessarily recognize that as an element, but also it's being represented by politically a specific group that
the Haredi, the ultra.
Well, not only. Well, let's say Haredi and let's say in the last, I don't know, maybe we could quibble about the timing, but let's say in the last 20 years or so, with the national religious movement as well politically. I don't think Gilad necessarily is talking about the individuals that are national religious, but more about, let's say, its political manifestation over the last few years becoming more extreme. And by extreme, they're not evil people and they're not telling people kill people. But their understanding, their theological understanding,
their glasses of looking at the world.
Well, specifically religiously.
Yeah.
The way they're looking at the world, right? So I would say, going back to Gilad would say, Bezalel Shmotritz Chezi is someone that, let's say, is quite capable, and he wants he talks in a similar way like you do about this vision that he has, and he's trying to manifest it now on the ground, policies, legislation, laws, and that is not only is it not, let's say, I disagree with them politically, but that's the game. Also, what's the elements that are propelling him are not the liberal values or the things that I'm thinking about, or necessarily, he's not even necessarily thinking about my son. He's thinking about this greater story. So on a large perspective, there's an agreement there where I also like Bezalel Shmotritz. I'll be of course, I want to try to manifest, the things that I think are right for this country on that end. That's also true religiously. How we see what religion means, and how we see it manifest in the land is different. I would argue that my vision is a lot more, let's say, pluralistic. Gilad could argue it could be the most pluralistic in the world. It's still something that like is coercion that I don't believe in. And this I think is the most problematic statement of mine, which is I'm not interested. I'm a Jewish country playing a democratic game.
Yeah, you're Jewish before democratic. You're Jewish before pluralistic.
Correct. Now, I understand the benefits of democracy. I believe that I believe religiously and theologically, I believe that there needs to be a marriage with a political system. I believe that we need to do so also properly and orient ourselves properly. I don't think we're doing that. And so back to your question, Gilad, as far as like, now you gave Chezi, I have the keys, and now I could decide, right? So like, now what am I doing right now? Are you deciding right now that that all these places are being annexed to Israel? Like,
and all the Arabs are being kicked out, and women are...
No. So, and I don't think, I mean, I known in the circle, well, that's not true, known in the circles I hang out with, but no, the answer would be like, no, I do not believe Arabs need to get kicked out. I believe that the only way we get to redemption is with Arabs being in this land. Actually, I believe that's like a feature, not a bug. And that's why I also think, so I'm going to say something, Gilad, and this is sort of, I would give an example of like the type of language I would want to use in the Knesset, which would be, I would say, you know, when Ishmael gets kicked out from the house, ultimately he comes back. The Midrash tells us he comes back because Isaac sees that Abraham is sad. And he tells him, ever since Hagar, you haven't been happy. Bring her back. Bring her back and bring Ishmael back. And then he brings him back. And then this tension between Ishmael and Isaac gets resolved because it says Ishmael realized that he was kicked out not because Isaac wanted superiority. Rather, this had to do with a divine decree, and really there's a love over there and he wants him back. And I would start with that and saying that is why, policy-wise, I believe we have a responsibility, not just because they're citizens of the world and there's laws, but also because these are our cousins. There's a sense where there's only redemption if we ourselves take responsibility for the damage that's happened. Now, that is, let's say, a left-wing speaking point. I would say within a religious frame, which isn't just like, oh, because tikkun olam. So I would say that would be invoking religion to create policy. That's what I'm more interested in seeing. That could be left-wing policy, right-wing policy. I want the source to be when the courts, it totally makes sense for the courts to go look at the rest of the world and what America did or what England did, because there's much to learn from the Gentiles of the world. However, like you just said, we have this treasure trove, Gilad. It would make sense to me that we would at very least look and be like, well, what did we think about law? What did we think about justice? Can we apply any of this? Does some of this make sense? And there's a few laws like this that Israel did this with, sometimes just by name. But
I mean, on Yom, to my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, on Yom Kippur, a lot of the government buildings are closed and all that.
Well, that's not a law. That's in a certain way, that's more natural. That is understood by the population, and that's not coerced.
Can I just ask you, Chezi, to finish the point you were making?
So the point I think I was making was I think we should go back and look at these texts and should go back and use them to fuel our decisions. That doesn't mean we're oh, okay, so it says that you stone them, so now we're going to stone them. And anyone jumping back to that sort of like when you hear in a conversation, that we're going to make women walk around like Iran, it's insulting because our religion never offered that and never said that. So anyone that says Israel will turn into Iran just shows the ignorance they have with regards to their treasure trove. Yeah. And it's an affront to the language they speak.
Well, because I agree. Just 1 second, Kirk. The reason that people think, right, this would be like Iran is because people who are, let's say, even traditional, the barber I take my haircut at, he goes to Masha'arim, and because his girlfriend is not dressed modestly enough, like they are physically threatened, right? The women, the woman that they happen to see is going to get the hell out of here because soon the guys are going to get back and you're going to get stoned, right? Like this isn't like I don't think that this is ignorance about our sources that comes from secular. I think it's ignorance about these things that comes from the people that politically and culturally we have deigned to hold the torch of what Judaism is. Right?
And I agree with you. And I said that unfortunately, the people that represent that do that. However, and I agree with you. However, I would say, if any one of these people that are offended, if they ever read more than one article, if they have a doctorate, if they're a professor, if they're educated, they could give themselves the benefit of the doubt and be like, oh, maybe that's not what Judaism represents, though. Maybe I shouldn't assume now that because that rabbi said it, that's what it means. Because these are people that are willing to read an article about the tensions in Darfur between the Sunni and the Shiite. But do they know the difference between the Chassid and the Mitnaged? Are they even interested in reading that paper? And that's in your backyard. So I think someone from the left should come and say, hey, Haredi MK, what about this verse, this verse, this verse, this verse? Now, they look like fools when they'll say a verse that, like, when you hear right now in the news, the most important commandment is releasing of the hostages, Pidyon Shvuim. Any serious Torah study scholar is going to show you that that's not true. It doesn't mean that it's not valuable, but that's not how the system works. You just saying that shows ignorance. There are many claims that you could say that are learned claims that would stump people, that would make people feel uncomfortable, be like, oh yeah, that is true. But they don't do that. And this goes back to the conversation you and I had, Gilad, about language, about like how I think that, and again, that's why it's also b'toch shelo lishma b'lishma, which is I understand that, like, and I understand it's not fun to hear speaking politically about it, but just as a political move, they should adopt different language. I would hope that language would lead eventually to like honest understanding. That would be great. Sorry. One more thing. However, it also makes me nervous that like it could also be seen as, oh, the religious people are using this word to manipulate us. And then you're like, okay, but I'm not trying to manipulate you. This is what I think, and it makes sense. But like, if it happens that you agree, is it a manipulation, or is it just like, no, I reached you right now? Like, do we call a private tutor a manipulator, or is she tutoring my son? Or she's like, no, she's manipulating the way so he'll understand it because the teacher didn't understand it. And she taught it to him in a way that he understood it. Okay, like, what's the goal right now? Is the goal for him to learn the math and she knows how to explain it to him in a way that makes more sense? Then we take that on. I just feel like as a political system, we're like, by the way, this is why Rav Yehuda Leon Ashkenazi, Rav Mini too, was very against the Haredim, because he saw the Haredim both internally for the people of Israel and for the world, not letting us as Jews move on to the next stage, even theologically. This, because to him, the Haredim were a reminder of exile, and it doesn't allow the Jew to move out of that mode, and it doesn't allow the world to look at us differently, right? The character is always the guy with the dreadlocks, right? That's the character of the Jew, which Jews only look like that for like a 300-year period. That's not how Jews look, but that's how the world sees the Jews, and in a certain way, that's how, I don't want to say you, Gilad, but let's say the secular see Jews also. They see themselves as Jews, but they see religion as the character still. So I think that it's a huge problem. Like, and that's the onus is on the religious groups. Obviously, there's issues with the Haredim, but I'm not part of that group. But I think from within the national religious group, whatever power they have, They don't do enough. And the people that I like, for example, let's say Rav Shirky, I would say that is someone that I would argue that secular people should embrace, but you yourself will be like, well, the things he says are problematic for me. And then I would also say, like, okay, then you need to do, like, when he writes the article about it turning into a Medinat Halacha, which I think is like very, chill, I would say then you should do what that move you did with me, which is thinking like, well, if Chezi is going to do it in 1,000 years from now, then I don't care about that. Then don't listen to that part of him. Listen to the part that wants to talk, wants to have the conversations, being more understanding, being more pluralistic. Yeah, there's things with him that you don't agree about. Okay, so he wants Messiah to come. Ignore that. I know that's a lot to ask. You'd be like, well, if he gets into policy, like, is he going to ignore that? I don't know. To me, when I hear him, I see someone looking for unity, not someone that's looking for a division. I don't see that with the ultra-Orthodox.
Yeah.
So I want to go back to the question I started with, because it's still something that I'm trying to understand. Are you okay?
Yeah, I just bumped my knee. Good.
Okay. By the way, congratulations on the new house, or Tikadesh.
I moved one house. I'm in my in-laws' place right now, so I'm still in the thicket. Soon, October time. Hopefully, I'll get a lead Chadesh.
Okay. So not yet.
Yasher Cohen.
Gotcha.
What I wanted to ask again is, within the context that at least I can understand, because I think you're talking about that, like the Switzerland thing, like if Israel becomes a place where Jews are, like, say, the majority and are not persecuted for their religion,
Mm-hmm.
and all of the different currents can exist, and like all of those elements, right, that you could reasonably include in what Switzerland, I guess, makes for you, right? My question is, right, if that's a possibility in the span that we can look at, would you say, like, I embrace that with both hands, that is amazing, or I'll chuck it? Like, I'm sure it's something in between, but like, the other extreme is like, nah, this doesn't lead to the end goal, so this is pointless. Why the hell would we want that? It's not Jewish enough. It's too general, right? So
Correct. So the Jewish element would need to be preserved. That doesn't mean that there's now more Jewish law on the books, but I would not.
Okay, so just to be sure, because I'm trying to, like, figure it out, because to me, right, I hear, the Jewish people, after 2,000 years of exile, persecution, and pogroms, right, get to live in Israel without persecution of their Judaism, and I think that is an amazing thing, right? Unbelievable.
What does that like? What does
and
that mean?
Like, within now, like, just
Sure.
Right? Within now, like, I don't understand how that vision, at least in the way that you present it, as sort of like, I don't want it, right? If it's Switzerland, I don't want it. I can't get into your head, like, how you're not, like, unbelievably grateful for that to even be a talking, something that we can reasonably discuss, as something that the country could turn into. Like, that is, like, if there are miracles, that has to be one of them.
I agree. Hence, I see the declaration of the state and the manifestation of the state of Israel as a miracle. I see it as like more than that. Like, we have praise in our synagogue, right, for that day because of that. And I believe that it's it is the seedlings of the messianic period, which obviously Jacob contests. Jacob contests because he says it's not the end goal.
But let's say that.
But I'm going back. I'll explain to you. Like when I say I don't want Switzerland, I don't mind if you tell me right now politically, like there could be other. The state of Israel, when it started, for all intents and purposes, let's say, is like a Switzerland because it wasn't, let's say, very religious. It was a lot more. When I say, I'm saying it was a lot more secular. Forget that, like there was people, there was Yemenites, there was like poverty. My point is it? I would argue it's more Jewish now than it was then. Would you agree with that, or you disagree?
Jewish and religious, but not the national.
In a religious way, I meant.
I don't know if I agree with like more Jewish. Like that's
because you can be Jewish by nationality without.
I'm saying it's more.
There are more people that find connection to Jewish tradition and practice.
Let me connect. Let me correct. It is more. How would we define it though? Like more zealous right now. What would you call it now? More as far as like the religious element has increased. But what religious element has increased? Like you just said, people connect spiritually. People connect a different way. The
people like
the rabbinic element of it.
What are you asking me? I don't understand. Maybe I missed the word.
What I'm trying to say is like, I'm right now the wandering Jew. Of course, the fact that I have the state of Israel is amazing. It's a miracle. Like, there's no synagogues over there. It's all a miracle. It's amazing that it happened. And I think it's very important to have that to have that mindset. And I always say, we sing on Pesach Dayenu, right? We say, if you just got us out of Egypt, it would have been enough, right? So it's out of Egypt to the land, all the way back to the land of Israel. And we have something called the Knesset. Like, how much more do we want, right? Is it not like it's the win? So I'm with you on that at one level. Now, when I say I don't want Switzerland, I don't want to be identified as another country. I see us as the Jewish people, and we have a mission.
And this is something that you see as now. You don't want to be identified
every moment of the day.
Just another country, like because this is where I always sort of find myself like struggling to understand what's the end goal and what's the pragmatic current thing.
The end goal is
I get.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I get what the end goal is, but with the specific things, right? Like this, because when you say that again, if you're saying right, like we're willing, which is the way it translates into politics, right? The way it translates into I will vote for Netanyahu's government, or for whoever you voted for in this election, doesn't matter. The coalition, a person. You know, who had Baruch Goldstein's picture on his wall, and you were saying like that's better because the other side doesn't care enough about the Jewish elements. And my response is like, how can that, like, this is a risk to everything that's going on here, to this even existing, and that is a risk to the specific elements of how much the state is sort of like in whatever amorphous way, more Jewish or less Jewish, without even talking about things that would prevent, like, as far as I understand, that wasn't in your set of concerns. You didn't think that they would close down synagogues and ban brisses, right? Like the circumcision.
And I think the way you're asking this is good because it like, you know, you're bringing down to like, you know, the practical differences or like how they manifest politically, right? How to make the decision. I gave you the extreme once. I said, like, okay, would you vote for Hitler or would you vote for Ben Gvir? And you're like, yeah, I guess Ben Gvir if it's between Hitler and Ben Gvir. I was thinking at the time, I understand that's a very big extreme. I was thinking at the time, right, that you just said you're risking everything. I'm with you that if I thought I don't think it's worth risking everything for that. So, like, if I thought, like, if I vote for Bibi, there's a chance of, like, an exile again. There's a chance of a complete falling apart or civil war within the nation of Israel, then I wouldn't vote for him. Now you could argue that I read the map wrong, that my calculation was wrong. That's all fine, and that's all fair. The reason I made the decision, I didn't think that risk on, let's say, on the right was plausible. Again, I told you about already now about Ben Gvir, which I think like I was wrong about that with like how that manifested. I thought there would be more checks and balances. I didn't think it would manifest into this, number one. Number two, on the flip side, what I'm running away from is, and that's why I told you I was happy to see her clarifying and apologizing for what she said. That kind of attitude and that kind of mindset, it doesn't mean a synagogue is closing now, but it means that is a regression. That is someone that doesn't want it to just be Switzerland. They want it not to be the Jewish place. They want it to be something that is, because for them, Jewish, it's too amorphic. It's not enough. Circumcision is not enough. Are we here to manifest God's name in this world and recognize that he's only one? To me, that statement also means women should be treated nicely. It means a lot of liberal things are packed into there, but that is the source. Now, I feel that on the other side, not all, there's not, I want Israel to be more pluralistic. I want Israel to be seen as the other people. I don't want that. I'm here to elevate the other people. We're failing horribly.
But again, like that's where I'm trying to get to, because I get like you don't want that, but right, the sense of like how badly you don't want that, right, is where I can't get into like where you're coming from, because like I said, the chance of just being like the other people, but actually being Jews in Israel, free to practice our religion, and the country would be just, we're just like the other, we're not here to elevate. That's what we broadcast to the world, right? We're saying like, we're like the others. We are a part of the nations, right? We're not here to elevate. Let's put that as like that thing that you're against as one option, right? And like the lightness in which you reject it as a whole is something that I'm trying to get to the bottom of.
But because what I'm rejecting as a whole is, right, like all the other countries have their declarations of independence or have their, right. America says that these rights were given by God, and on the money it says, "In God's we trust," right? You would not be able to pull that off in Israel. On the money, "In God we trust." That bothers me because that is in what we trust in, not on the other systems ultimately. And to me, what I need is for people, like we have to, like I want people to realize that when we have our declaration of Declaration of Independence, it says in the vision of the prophets. It's not because Rousseau said it. It's not because Hobbes said it. It was the vision of the prophets. And it says in it, ultimately, Hatzur Yisrael, right? The rock of Israel, because we couldn't put in the word God. Because we couldn't put in the word God, because it was too controversial. I don't want that. It's not controversial. Phylacteries are not controversial. God is not controversial.
Yeah, but you really don't want that. That's what bothers me, right?
I don't mind when someone says, I don't believe. What I don't want is someone saying, I don't want this being a marker of this country.
Okay. So we're getting to the point, and this is what I wanted, right? What I'm trying to get is the extent to which you don't want it, right? That's what I'm trying to get at, because if
not civil war, it's not where civil war.
Because that's where we're getting to. Like that's what I see. Because like I said, the essence is if that were a possibility, if you could give that like Jews that possibility in 1900, right, before both world wars, before the Holocaust, let's say not just in response to the Holocaust, if you could say, hey, you Jews can rule yourselves in a Jewish majority country. All you have to pay is you can't talk about God in your politics. You have to act like a secular country.
No,
right?
I'm not interested in that.
So you're not interested in that at all. Like that doesn't seem like a miracle. That doesn't seem like a miracle. It doesn't seem like something.
No, because then we don't belong here. Then we only belong here. We only belong here because because what was promised to us and what we're supposed to manifest. That's otherwise I'm a colonizer. Well, I have zero right to be here. I come back over here and be like, because my people are here. Because I'm here to make sure this land is what's the word I'm looking for?
Even without religion, you wouldn't be a colonizer. You just moved the country.
But that's Switzerland. Then I'm here. Is it great that Jews are safe? That's nice. But the Jewish story is not about Jews being safe.
I agree. It's wrong.
For a reason.
I agree. The Switzerland model is wrong, but imagine how somebody from the metaphysical goggles that Gilad is wearing looks at it. Like, put yourself in the shoes.
That's a great point. And this is attention, Gilad. You could say God is looking down and saying, my children, look how you're squandering this with your nonsense. Ben-Gvir, do you think this is what I wanted? The Haredi, do you think this is what I wanted? Like, absolutely not. I could also argue and say, again, going back to my text, King Chizkiyahu could have been the Messiah. The reason he wasn't the Messiah, the Talmud says, is because he wasn't thankful to God for the miracles he provided him. He just said, like, okay, this is just a reality. We finally come back to the land. We have the land. Should the response be, let's now become more secular? Or should the response be, like, the fact that we came back on the visions of the prophet, that to me was the right response. At least realize why you're back in this land. It's because the promises were said. But now it turned into, let's get rid of that. If you want to get rid of that, then maybe that's spitting in God's face. Now, does that mean, like, now we all need to become walking around with Torah scrolls on our hand? I don't think that's the answer. And I think
so
all Orthodox are wrong. But there needs to be I'm just going to say, Gilad, there needs to be a response, which is Shuva Elai ve'ashuva elechem. 1948, right? God made his move. Here's the land. Now, if you're saying, and I told you my Dayenu song. Yes, it's amazing that after 3,000 years, we just have a land. Is that what God is expecting from us to do right now after the miracle happened? No other country did this. Suddenly it happens, like you just said. It's laying in front of you. And our answer is like, great, now we could be like everyone else? Or now we could be, or now we could, just breathe. I'm getting ready for this. Hello, Jacob. Just to be fair, Gilad wanted to respond, so I just want to let him respond. Go ahead, Gilad.
Let him respond.
I see Jacob smirk, and I'm also scared at this point.
I know.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the essence of what I'm saying, and the essence of what I'm trying to get to is like, so that point, right? Like the point that Israel is not a metaphysical thing; it's a temporary and coincidental political event that allowed for the miracle of Jews to be able to.
Well, it's not a miracle.
Okay, let me just finish what I'm saying.
Sorry.
Right? To be able to live without being persecuted as we have been for 2,000 years. Like you're saying, if the vision is like I've laid it out, right? Like nothing about it is religious, right? Then you're saying that is enough, first of all, to reject it. Like you don't want to be a part of it. And maybe, like you're saying, that's something you're willing to go to war for, like to civil war for. Like that's something.
No. I don't. Nothing.
So just try to lay out what that entails and what it doesn't. Where would you be willing to accept that, and where would you say, no, this is worth going to war for, or this is worth abandoning this for, like throwing it away, risking it, putting it in place? Because I need to know, because if that is the crux of where we can no longer have fruitful discussions, right? That's where, like, you could say, no, I can't go move forward with you. You have to be on my side.
the problem is we're also not in laboratory conditions right now. Like, so like I live here in the land, right? So you're saying like if it's 1948 and you come and tell me, hey, listen, Chezi, here's the land of Israel, but it's always going to be secular and we're not having like a religious conversation, then I would say I'm not interested in that. I don't need to move into there for that, because that, again, in this exercise, you're telling me that that's the end all be all, right? Like it's not metaphysical. It's just another place, but now you get to live there safely. I live in America, nicer trees, better weather. I'm just saying, like, I don't need to come there. And then it's also going to be very awkward with all the Arabs that are living there, because like, how am I dealing with them? I would have no reason to come. Living in the state of Israel right now, if you said, Chezi, what do you prefer? Getting kicked out and losing everything, or staying secular? Obviously, I would stay. I don't want there to be death. I don't want that. So I could think like a political figure and be practical. However, now on the ground, like, knowing what I know now, would I have voted for Bibi? No, I wouldn't have done that, because how things played out with Ben Gvir and Smotrich, obviously there's like the war element as well, but like clearly Bibi did not manage to curb him, nor did the appointment or the weight of the responsibility, that did not manage to reshape him onto taking on more responsibility. So on both ends, top down and bottom up, there was a fail, and that causes many issues, and I would not have voted for him again. So if you're asking like if I could identify it being problematic and risky for the country, where it could lead for division. So if right now we had new elections and you said, hey, Chezi, guess what? There's a team running and they are going to be Ben Gvir and Smotrich, and this is what they want. Or you could vote, the other alternative is voting for Benny Gantz. So I'll vote for Benny Gantz. So the other alternative is voting for Yair Lapid. I'll vote for Yair Lapid. If the other alternative was vote for someone that wants to completely turn Israel to like a secular place, and I don't know, like I'm trying to think of another extreme, I would have a problem. But I don't want that. Israel's not worth having blood over or bloodshed over, and we have the Kamsa and Bar Kamsa stories for that, right? So like that, I have that in my tradition, and I know what to do when that happens. And that's why right now I'm in the conversation with you, which is forget the religious conversation. We need to learn how to speak to each other. And what I was saying was, to the secular crowd, I know how to speak secular. You don't know how to speak Jewish. I know you do, but I'm saying that is why it's an invitation. If we want to have actual dialogue, it would behoove the other side to speak in a language which both politically and socially, I think, could be very fruitful. But Jacob, I'm sorry, you were waiting very patiently. One last thing, Jacob. One last thing.
One small thing is like that. We can discuss in some other opportunity whether you really speak secular or like not so much. That's
Sure.
I mean, all right.
I agree with Gilad. I don't think you speak as much secular as you think you do, Chezi. 3 things. 1, Yoav told a very interesting story. He's been getting involved more with actually being on streams, and he spoke about how on Rosh Hashanah he's lived in Tel Aviv all his life apparently. His mother, as she's getting older, is and apparently she lives in one of these old senior homes. She's becoming more religious, and there's a Chabad rabbi who on Rosh Hashanah came to their neighborhood in Tel Aviv to blow shofar, and Yoav took his mother to listen to shofar being blown. And there was somebody who came and said, no, this shchuna has decided no shofar blowing. No shofar blowing. This is in Tel Aviv. Okay? That's number 1. Number 2, I live in Los Angeles on Shavuot. Me and 2 of the maxes were in Pico Robertson. We actually, one of the places we went to was Adas Torah, which is all over Twitter right now, because there was a literal brawl in front of it. You can see the bloody pictures. Literal brawl in front of Adas Torah. And while in the middle of the night, it was midnight, we were walking to synagogue. There, a car drove on Pico right down the center of the Jewish neighborhood in Los Angeles, yelling at the pedestrians during Shavuot night, "Free, free Palestine." That's number 2. Number 3, Gilad asked a question. For me, if you were to ask me, Jews can live in Jerusalem, but they just can't mention God, I would rather die, because that's what it means to be a Jew. And that's what all the Jews who lived all those years in Muslim countries and in Eretz Israel and in Christian countries.
I was misunderstood if that's what you took. I didn't say you can't mention God. I said that's not a part of what the country means politically. I didn't say. I said you could practice all of your religion unpersecuted.
And that's why I mentioned it. That's why I mentioned the story with Yoav, because that was the supposed pshara compromise that the religious were trying to make with the secular Zionists, who were atheists
And communist.
and communists, right? The Zionist state is spending Jewish blood as its own money, claiming to be a Jewish state. Stop calling yourself a Jewish state. Stop asking for money. Stop with the Jewish National Fund. Stop asking for money from Jewish communities. If it's not going to be Jewish, then forget you. If you're not Jewish, forget you.
Jacob, I just want to mention over here, Gilad, because obviously you'd have to tease out like what Jewish means, right? Because you could
it means believing in God.
Sure. So regardless, so I would agree that, and I mentioned this to Gilad, that I don't think it does us any favors, us being religious Jews, that let's say Judaism is perceived or seen through the prism of, let's say, the Haredi world, specifically politically, not saying all the Haredi world, but what Jacob mentioned over here with the shofar was what I spoke to you about Shikma Bressler and the tefillin thing, which was, I agree with you that you could be like, you can't have the tefillin by the school because like you don't have a permit there. Fine, and if he did it, he should be fined. Anyone that is disgusted by tefillin, you're in the wrong place. And like that's what I'm saying. Like the mindset, like that is, it can't. You could, again, like I said, I'm totally fine the law saying you can't do it by that school, but no one should be disgusted by it. No one. And like it shouldn't be weird. Like you're gonna coerce a kid to do this. No one should coerce a kid to put on tefillin. Having said that, tefillin could never be a coercion thing for a Jew. You don't have to have it on. You don't want to put it on. It is built into the system. And when people try to divide it, like if you want to remove that, then the name Israel doesn't mean anything, and the land doesn't mean anything. So
well, right, like that. Two things of that. Like first of all, if you ask me whether the name Israel and the place we are in geographically mean things to me, like the answer is they actually don't. Like I don't want to sugarcoat it. That's how I perceive this. And as far as like what you were talking about, Mashufal, I think that's very sad, and that's definitely not what I want to see, right? And I don't mean it as lip service, right? Hearing your story made me sad. It made me sad without needing to have the experience of hearing shofar on Rosh Hashanah. I don't do that, right? Like, to me, the essence of right, this country being a safe haven for Jews does need necessarily to mean that you can practice, like, and actually have those customs. And when we talk about, like, when what you say about no one should be disgusted, then I agree with that in terms of what Jacob was describing. Like, if there is that elderly lady that wants to hear shofar, like, that shouldn't be something that becomes tainted and let's say a point of collision and conflict, right? If within the vision of a liberal country, and again, that doesn't need to be my vision, but just like to put that as the alternative, right? A liberal country where the religion is not intertwined within the politics and within state-sanctioned coercion, right?
That's Switzerland.
Yeah, like the Switzerland thing means that if you're living, you want to live your life within a Jewish context and Jewish community, if you're persecuted, right, in a country that sees itself as liberal and allowing for freedom of religion, then yes, that would be very sad there as well, right? If they say no, right, like, we don't like your religious practices in this way, like, you have to take your shit elsewhere, right? Jews, like that would be appalling. That would be appalling regardless. I mean, Jacob, you would agree with me. That is a very sad thing wherever it would happen. The fact that it happened in Tel Aviv makes it worse, but wherever that would happen, like you said, in America, that is absolutely heartbreaking.
But what bothers me more is here in Los Angeles, our synagogues have to pay for what your secular state, which supposedly is secular, but trades on Jews and Jewish identity to be secular, is spending our money, blood, and respect. And that's why I say, name your country something else. Take the Magen David and the Talit off of your thing. Stop calling yourself the Jewish state, and then I won't have to feel like explaining to people, if by Zionist you mean this, I'm an anti-Zionist, and if by Zionist you mean this, I'm a non-Zionist, and if by Zionist you mean Jew, which is what which the Zionists make people do, then I have to be a Zionist. Because now you're coercing me with your demands on my religion.
Well, Jacob, I would ask, because this is something that this trifecta didn't discuss together, but I wanted to discuss together for a second, and I think it's related, which is, you're saying right now, like, it's so not a Jewish state, it should really remove itself, anything that has to do with that, right? Okay, now, when I tell Gilad, like, Gilad saw a video, or you and I were talking, I said, I want, let's say, the downfall of the state, and Gilad, you were saying, like, that's like, you didn't love hearing that. So when Jacob says, I want it to not be Israel anymore, I read that into, the way I would say that is, I want it to manifest into what it's supposed to be. I don't need destruction. I need them to grow up. I would argue, Jacob, that could be a framing that you could accept as well, which is like, it can't be this middle ground. You could do things that would make you more Jewish, though. And I would ask Jacob, what does it look like for you for it to be a Jewish state, which doesn't include yet Messiah? Is there anything in the middle?
That's impossible, Chezi. That's impossible, because because we do believe in freedom of religion, right? We're not going to have a Sanhedrin which fines you, imprisons you for driving in public on Shabbat.
But Jacob,
and if it doesn't have that, then no, it's not a Jewish state.
Now, is there anything though, right? Like what I would ask is, because you're saying, listen, it's either all or nothing.
Yes.
And I'm saying that like at some point, even the all needs to start somewhere. Like unless you're imagining, right? Like the temple's built, Messiah comes, it happens like in one day, and
exactly.
It is okay.
Exactly. Shuvu alai, shuva alechem.
Okay, but the shuva
letzion goel leshaveh pesha beYaakov. Right? Once the Jews all decide we're going to keep Shabbat, that's when we get uva letzion goel.
Okay, how would you? No problem. How would that happen to get them all to observe Shabbat?
The way Chabad is doing it with blowing shofar and putting on tefillin. Forget. Eila besusim ve'eila berechem ve'anachnu b'shem havaya nidgol.
Okay, it also says that when you look around you, if you come to the land, look around the other nations and see if they have a king, you could build yourself a king. We're not only looking at ourselves, but I would argue that the steps for keeping Shabbat as a people would be establishing a state of Israel, having in the law the fact that the day of rest is Shabbat, and those are, and if you look at that compared to what was happening for the last 2,000 years, I would say that is a step forward. And my argument would be forcing, like you're saying, because we're not there yet. There is no me telling everyone right now, you have to keep Shabbat. On the flip side, I'm willing to have that balance if I'm not being told that Shabbos is an offense or Shabbos is or taking away from, let's say, my pluralistic or my cosmopolitan reality or experience in the world.
Trying to have your cake and eat it too.
Well, I'm not having the cake. I'm saying
you're never going to have your cake and eat it too. That doesn't exist.
Jacob,
and this type of utopianism.
What utopia?
Doesn't work. The utopia of Israel.
Wait, aren't you saying there's a utopia when the Messiah comes? Is that it?
When the Messiah comes.
Wait,
it's
so first of all,
religious aspiration.
1 second. Stop for a second. So both of us have utopias, right? All I'm saying,
I'm a messianist.
So as am I. I want to bake the cake. I don't have all the ingredients. Baking the cake is creating but I would argue that baking the cake is making sure that Gilad and I could speak.
So this is the problem I have with people who are utopian as opposed to messianists. Because being a messianist is having faith in God, and being a utopian is being a communist, and is being a communist, and as opposed to having that faith, deciding I'm going to make this happen, as opposed to living a life of faith. And a life of faith says, yes, I am willing to live in Los Angeles as a Jew. I am willing to live in Los Angeles as a Jew rather than taking all the steps to make it happen in Jerusalem. Because
I don't know.
See the costs in Jerusalem.
Is it all the steps? Like, it's not miraculous that after 2,000 years, the land of Israel is at your fingertips? Like, no.
Baruch Hashem, it is obviously the miracles that sustains the Jewish people wherever they are living. And I am glad that the Jewish people who are able to live are in fact living. And Rahman al-Islan, I worry that you're spending merits we don't have.
I think we would just it would be easier and better for us if people like you moved over here and were participating in that change, turning it to the place where you want it to be.
Whereas I would really, really love if rather than fighting, and this was the Satmar Rebbe's whole point, was, it will be worse living in Galut with other Jews in Eretz Israel than living in Galut Chutz La'aretz. And he's so right, because we see how the Galut with other Jews in Eretz Israel is. And that's my big disagreement with you. You are living in Galut. You are living under a shibud malchiyot of people who are atheists.
So, I mean, again, we obviously disagree, because my fear for you would be, like I just said about King Hezekiah, like for not to see how this is, how like Gilad was saying, how miraculous that we're back in the land. The fact that you spoke about this, but like the way I look at this is through Kol HaTor, and I look at it through how the Vilna Gaon saw this, and how he saw these things manifesting. That's how I see it. Now you could be like, that's all nonsense, but that is my framing. My framing is okay. So the Vilna Gaon was talking
all the blood running in the streets doesn't give you this idea.
Wait, so it was great in exile. There wasn't blood.
No, it was not great in exile, but we, at the very least, were not the ones who were killing children.
But so I would argue that you're 100% right, that it's so difficult right now, and that's the tension. Can we turn into the people that realize that and then bring peace?
Not
blood.
Physical means. Not through physical means. Obviously, because no matter how justified the war in Gaza is, and it is, and no matter how well you try to fight it, right? There are little kids dying in Gaza that if the Jews ran away, they wouldn't be dying. So
they would probably still be dying.
If the Jews ran away, we wouldn't be dying, Jacob?
They would probably still be dying, Jacob.
Then other people are trying to kill us. What are you talking about?
No, I was talking about the Palestinian kids. At least we wouldn't be killing
them. But they would still be dying. Like the Middle East's history is pretty
you know what? You are absolutely correct. The other Muslims would be killing each other. But at least we wouldn't be killing them.
Yeah, but
we wouldn't be providing that distraction.
But maybe we're the ones that are supposed to provide them salvation.
Really, you think the people in Israel right now? I have a lot of people who right now are thinking, just flatten Gaza and be done with it.
You're right. We're very far away from our mark. You're right. I'm with you.
So was the Satmar Rebbe right when he said that this Medina is going to take us farther away from Geulah as opposed to bring us closer to Geulah?
Yeah, I think he's wrong and right.
I'm glad you'll give him 50%.
Can I just ask, considering this is the forum, like you two are talking a lot, and we don't have. No, I don't mean you two talk a lot in your server. I don't mean like right now. I'm not judging you. I'm just asking: is there, what's my role here? Basically, like what?
No, your role here right now. I would ask you. This is a good example. You're hearing Jacob lay out the way he sees it, right? And then you hear what I'm laying out. Both of them sound disturbing to you, I'm assuming, because you're saying like one is just saying that this whole thing is a sham, and he's just waiting for like the real thing to come. So he doesn't even recognize. Forget like Chezi, what would you want? He doesn't recognize Israel now. He thinks now it's a joke. Right, so that's one attitude. You could have another attitude, which I would say the Haredi attitude, which is saying that it is the real thing, but it can't look the way it looks right now. I have to turn it into how I want it to look, right? And I would argue that what I'm offering is not that. And politically, wouldn't the left say, "Hey, who are my partners that I'm dealing with? The Jewish people in the world. Let's see, who should I be able to speak to? Or am I looking for this person, like, which they don't talk about, for example, let's say the Sephardi element in Israel, right? Like, they're all, or a majority of them are traditional. So, like, it doesn't matter that they're secular. So all those people are going to get pissed off. So like, who are the partners that the left is looking for? Who is this person that like, and I'll tell you one of the partners, let's say Rabbi Yitzhak Kariv.
Gilad Kariv.
Gilad Kariv. Forget that he's a Reform rabbi. He's a rabbi. No problem. It's all good. If he has on Simchat Torah a huge declaration of independence that's the same exact size and dimensions as the Aron Kodesh, he's missing the mark. He's not the rabbi that I'm interested in, because those are not on the equal footing and they're not the same thing. One thing empowers the rest. So I don't look at that as the partner that you should be picking, because that's not someone that secular Sephardim or more liberal religious Jews are going to connect to, because those are tells that there's an issue.
Chezi,
Can I just sorry, I didn't, because you asked a few questions, or went on a few. First of all, you were talking about you and Jacob and what I think about like the two.
Not what you think about us. This is the palette that's being offered.
If I may, Chezi is trying to bridge two worlds, which I don't think can be bridged. He's trying very hard to bridge between the religious community and the secular world, secular Israeli society.
My Jewish brothers.
And I love him for it. And part of the reason I talk to him so much is I want people like Chezi to understand that there are times when you have to stop making a pshara, stop making a compromise, and just realize that this is not a situation in which you can have compromise. Judaism and what Israel is defined by God. And if anyone says they are an atheist, they have to stop calling themselves an Israel. And we cannot compromise on that at all, ever. Because Israel, the word God is in Israel. And it has to be there. And this is the dividing line. And yes, ultimately, there's no having a state of Israel where being an atheist is tolerable.
I don't. What do you mean by like?
Let Gilad talk.
I thought that was addressed to Chezi. I don't
Actually, I was mostly addressing you, Gilad.
Okay, so I'm trying to sort of find my place, so I'll try to take it step by step.
We're all looking for our place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. So I'll put it like this, Jacob. When you're saying that Israel should not be taking the money of synagogue, for its own purposes, right? As a country, generally speaking, I agree. I think any Jewish donations should go to Jewish organizations doing whatever like they do, and the sense in which Israel is Jewish should only be the cumulative effect of the Jews living in Israel practicing the way they practice their Judaism. And let's say, generally speaking, right, the notion that I have is closer, let's say on this topic, because we have a lot of arguments on other topics, but generally closer to yours on the topic of whether Israel, as it exists right now, should be, let's say, called Israel and should have this symbolism and should flaunt Judaism as it does. I think it shouldn't, and I think its existence as any sort of political entity and I could add at this point in time, Chezi, right? Because I don't think in any sort of long messianic times on those subjects. But I am 100% with Leibowitz on this subject. He coined the term Medinat Halacha, and then having arrived in Israel and seeing the effect of politics on religion, he was one of the strongest to oppose it. And as he was saying, the reason that he opposes it is not because he's afraid for the country being corrupted by religion, but because he wants the country to remove its filthy claws from the sanctity of religion, because this in our world right now, I don't think that this this sort of binding does any good for either. And I think the way I see the story that you told, Jacob, about the shofar, and the way I see the secular religious tensions, right, I think they are predominantly a result of that, a result of the attempt to make the country be something that it can't be, and
not with its current political infrastructure. It can't be. It's not.
Okay.
It's not that. It's
within the time frame that I'm able to think of, right? And you could say maybe you could think of 100 years and that it could be done, but I don't. Maybe my imagination is lacking. But at least within the world we live in today, and the, let's say, decades, right, time frame, that's not feasible, right? And that's as far as I can think. If we're talking about a world where we've found a better governance system than democracy, and we found a way in which all of those different elements of existence start to cohere with each other rather than collide with each other, right? Okay, we can deal with that when we get there, or maybe we'll build the way to get there. But I don't have any, I can't really contend with that from where we are now. So I don't know. That's where I stand. I think that generally speaking, right, if you look at the satire that came out of the left and the let's say Chamishia Kamarit, the sort of things that were much more on the stronger side of satire that doesn't really exist today anymore. The one of the famous sketches is when the Israeli runner goes to the race, and the referee is about to call the race, and you see these two sort of kind of exile-looking Jews going like, give them a head start. Haven't the Jewish people suffered enough? Right? We don't need this hashpala, and to me, that's, the satire punches at exactly the point that you're referring to, that Israel sort of flaunts or waves Judaism as a flag that it shouldn't, and that's something that I feel right happens constantly. And so in that sense, I'm more with you, Jacob. There were more points, but that's as far as I could keep in my head.
No, and this is one of the reasons why, I think your voice is very welcome in this discussion, because when we as Jews get together and start talking, I oftentimes end up talking with someone like Chezi, who's trying to be very accommodating to the secular, and he doesn't, I can't get through to him that this is a pshara where neither side is going to be happy. That's not a real compromise. You can't impose Here, let's meet in the middle, when neither side is going to be happy.
I mean, I agree that pshara is not is not a panacea. Pshara sometimes is the solution, sometimes is not, and I feel like the sense, and again, I'll go to Leibowitz for this matter, and he had like a distinction. I think he was taking this from Maimonides. Basically, he was very Maimonidean, right? He was saying that there's eventually, deep down there is a ratzon, and if you and another person share the same ratzon, then you can argue endlessly on how to reach that goal. But if you do not, then all you can do is fight, and maybe that fight is manipulation, right? You make them believe something that is wrong, maybe, but you need to fight to make the world the way that you feel is the way that the world should be, and I think
what is the way the world should be for a secular person, an atheist secular person?
So, could you? I'm trying to suss out, like, when you're asking that, I'm trying to gather what you're asking and what, like, the subtext of what you're asking is, because I feel like there's a lot of tension and a lot of sadness in how you're, like, the current situation, and I'm trying to sort out.
I'm sad because of this conversation. I remain ultimately optimistic, but
yeah, but I'm trying to be respectful to that.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying that, like, the pshara, just politically speaking right now, a big portion of the population has these backwards ideas of religion, right? So, like, that's built into the cake right now. And considering the fact that you and I are not going to, like, opt for, let's say, the Jacob model, right? Where, like, it's going to basically not be called Israel anymore, because, like, we know that's not happening practically, like, on the ground.
Practically, that's not what I would, like, that's not the hill I would die over.
I understand. So then I say, okay, so what does someone like you do when he realizes, okay, I know Chezi's not insane, but there's an element that drives him right now, which I completely disagree with. And there's a big population of the country that sees that as well. And they're in position of power, and because of what we have, they're in the army, they're the doctors, they're all the people, they're everywhere there. So now that I'm there, and I want to avoid a civil war, how do I accommodate that? Now you can be like, there is no pshara. Why would I accommodate backwards thinking?
Let me answer, because I think, like, I'll say how I see it, and maybe that doesn't answer your question of how I envision the world, but the way I see it is the state of Israel. Let's say it's those two forces, right? But let's imagine them as two brothers building Lego, right? And the pieces are really rare, and the space, like, they want the same places, and they start, let's say, stealing each other pieces and building on top of, like, they have different visions. They're trying to build it, and it's a whole amalgamation, right? And then, right, at some point, the way I experience it, at some point, the brother that's not me, I will call him you, but it's not you personally, just comes over with a sledgehammer. And you're going like, whoa, what are you doing? Why are you coming here with a sledgehammer? And you're going like, there are no rules against a sledgehammer. Try to physically hold you. And you're like, no, there are rules against physically holding me. You can't do that. So, like, now, like, eventually I see what I experience is, right, this sledgehammer swinging going on, and it's hurting me, it's hurting yourself, it's hurting everything that's built here. And, like, what I experience is, like, I can't beat this if it keeps on going, that if you don't just, like, snap out of it and realize, oh, this is crazy, then you'll win, we'll lose, everything crumbles to dust, and this place stops existing. I don't want that to happen. but I am in a state of like mostly despair. I really try not to. I really try to see what can be salvaged and how this can move forward. But like this is what this state, like the government, what's going on in the south and north. This is the sledgehammer swinging, and that's how I experience it.
I would remove, let's say, putting the war aside for a second and using your analogy. I would argue, being on the right, I feel like, and I'm assuming I'm the sledgehammer holder right over here right now, right? You could say that's like the judicial reform is the sledgehammer, whatever it is. I would argue that while we're playing Lego in the room, I notice, right, that you keep on putting in Playmobil pieces like under stuff. And I also notice that like I'm building like a city and you're just building like something completely different. And I would argue that like I'm coming into smashing right now because I'm saying like, okay, you're clearly not playing Lego. You're playing something else. And I'm trying to build Lego. Now you're saying, okay, I would argue that instead of saying you'll win and I'll lose, and they could be like, but why do I need to compromise again? I would argue that the guy with the sledgehammer is saying I'm compromising because I'm allowing other people to play Lego. Really, I'm the only Lego player, which is in this sense religion. There aren't other rules. There's one version of Lego, and that's the Lego we play. But now I'm going to allow other people to play in the room as well, as a religious person saying, because it's my Jewish people and we're building Lego. If the other person feels he's going to lose, does he rather lose or say, you know what? I still want to play Lego. So like, how do I do that? Like, what is it that you wanted me to use only the black rocks over here? Okay, I'll use a few more black. Like, what is the compromise that is being offered? Now, you could say there is compromise already because there's all this compromise that we've done. And I feel that the right, or let's say the religious right, is just gnawing and wanting more. And we've already given and done so much.
If your view is like we're two brothers, but only you've been playing the actual game, and whatever game I was playing is illegitimate enough to be swinging a sledgehammer, then I don't understand why are we talking. Well, right? Like the issue is like if that's the vision, and that seems to be the vision, right? Like that's what I get when I try to listen, both to people that you send me and to people that I hear outside. It's like, no, you didn't understand. You're not even playing the game. Your opinion of what Lego is doesn't matter, right? We know we got this handled, and you're doing it all wrong. And us with the sledgehammer is just like because we know what the thing is, right? So, like if that's the vision, I get why you're with the sledgehammer. I get it. I'm sad, but that sadness is all I have. It's just tragic. That's what I'm left with.
I would argue that we've done a very bad job, and like I want the other kids to play with me. I want them to play Lego with me. The Lego I offer is a lot of fun. Okay, now the sledgehammer element, right? Again, using this analogy, sometimes could be like maybe that's there's groups now within the brothers that are playing. Some of them think it's interpreted X, some of them interpreted Y. I would argue though, you're never going to. You're not going to bridge the gap if on the secular side, right? It's everyone plays Lego. The Swiss play Lego and the Dutch play Lego, and I want to play that version of Lego. So that version of Lego, no religious person is going to be able to say like, oh, I want to play that as well. I don't want to just play that Lego. I don't know if a Swiss person wakes up in the morning and he's like, oh, and like you said this, you don't think about it this way. I'm Swiss and my effect on the world. But when I wake up in the morning, I have to think about like me and the 1,000 generations after, and I'm taking the 1,000 generations before me. That is my framework, which is like, I'm just continuing this. And that's why the Lego could change. Sometimes there's different versions. Sometimes it's dragon. Sometimes it's a current, but it's always Lego. And there's a goal for the Lego. We're building this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful mountain. The sense I'm hearing from you is like, I'll play Lego because that's the game everyone's playing. And it's not about building this huge mountain. They're playing Lego, I'm playing Lego. And as long as everyone stays in their own Lego sets, that's a win. And I want one big Lego set of everyone playing together.
Yeah, I mean, I get that that's what you're saying. I get that that's what you're seeing. I think right,
Sorry,
like
one more thing.
it's going to lead exactly where I said it's leading, right? Like that, right?
But
Whatever it is I'm doing, it's
my
so
point.
bad. It's so bad. It's so off purpose that it warrants the sledgehammer. And
So
and
say so, but why don't and you could be like, because I'm naive, because it's wrong, because we're not interested. My argument is,
come play Lego. Right.
No, come and say to the sledgehammer person, or like, F your sledgehammer. This is how you play Lego, and here are the verses, and this is how I represent Lego. But if you use terms that are just like, look what Kant did, then you're not playing Lego. Show me how in the Talmud.
Yeah, like you're making the analogy to sort of dull the point that I was making, right? Like the analogy was like the two brothers have different views of what they want to build with this Lego, and because of all of the limited resources and limited space, right? They're messing with each other's stuff, and no one gets what they want. Right, like that was the starting point to me, right? When I say like, I feel like this is the vision, you feel like this is the vision, there's some like foul play, to a reasonable extent, because we're brothers and we're playing, right? We have different visions, right? If you change the analogy and say like, well, I need to recognize that my brother is the authority on the game that we're playing, and I need to speak, and I need to only convince within that framework, then like, I don't think you're seeing it through my eyes, is all I'm saying.
But I understand how we're missing each other, but the only reason he's the authority is, continue with the analogy, they're both brothers. There's a father. What's the father's story? What's his lineage? The only reason the brother says I have something to say is because he's been saying, I've been playing this game for 3,000 years. You're saying I want to invite a new game from 100 years ago. What is your claim for this game? And the other people are saying, I'm sure we could play your other game. It seems like your new game is really trying to make my game not make sense at all. And again, my game is coming with 3,000 years. Like, how do you know to build it that way? Oh, because I built it for 1,000 years this way. And more than that, it would behoove the players to be like, 1 second, I get to play the Lego set with the instructions in the land of Legoland? That's crazy. And they'd be like, no, it's just coincidence. It doesn't have to, you don't have to play according to the Lego rules, even though you're in Legoland. I'd be like, well, if I'm in Legoland, maybe I should play by some of the rules that made sense all this time. And so the sledgehammer is just, or let's say the authority, and of course it's bad when it's coerced. But like I said, it's silly when the other side uses the Lego and saying like the most important mitzvah is Pidyon Shvuim. You're not playing Lego.
So my point, I guess, if like I think we've milked this analogy to the maximum, right? My point is
Hopefully
like at the end of the day, right? Like when your solution as a brother is the sledgehammer, right? You're the brother with the sledgehammer. You're gonna win. I'm gonna lose because you got the sledgehammer and I can't stop you. And like, I have never seen the time where one brother takes the sledgehammer and then the other brother says like, you know what? I suddenly realize how right you are, right? Except for by submission to the coercive force of the sledgehammer. That's not how it works, right? Like you want to tell me I'm playing the wrong game. Like, that's not how you tell me I'm playing the wrong game.
You're right,
if you just keep playing your game, maybe with time, I would grow up and I'd see how my game is lame and your Lego sucks. Or my game is lame, Lego is cool.
So I want to continue playing. Jacob is saying this play date's over. Go home. It's finished. Pick up your bags. Okay. You're saying like this play date was fun, but like now it's no longer fun for me. So I'm just gonna like lay down and like we're gonna lose. You're saying if you come with the sledgehammer.
No, I'm saying like the dude came with a sledgehammer. I'm gonna fight, but he's got the sledgehammer. right?
but
I'm gonna look because like he's bigger and he's got a sledgehammer.
But Gilad, I'm asking you to fight back with me, right? I
But
want
I don't have a chance. Like I really hope I do, right? And I'm gonna fight as though I do. That's what these protests are about, as far as I'm concerned, right?
So
trying to do the best that I can, but like realistically looking at the situation, there's one big brother with a sledgehammer, and there's a smaller one who's going to get beat with a sledgehammer.
Chezi, it's so funny that this is like the Israeli equivalent of what's going on in the CRC Senate and in many other places, which is there's a lot of people who are trying to make peace when there's a lot of other people who need to simply realize they're losing.
Who's losing right now?
Well, the secular Israelis are losing.
Right. Okay,
the Palestinians are losing. The affirming CRC are losing. The gay marriage types are losing. There's a lot of people who are losing and trying to and trying to deny the reality to at least say, hey, let me look at this game we're playing and realize, you know what? I need to resign. It would be really nice when it was obvious the game is over, people would resign.
So, this is morbid, but like maybe, hopefully, things like October 7th, which are obviously horrible, but these are things that are required to clean house, start again.
Kol derachmana avid l'tav avid, and hopefully when we pay attention to the reality of the situation, and ultimately this gets back to everything we've ever discussed on this channel ever, which is we have to get back to this belief that it's not only about my desires, but it's an interplay between the world that I wish could be and think should be, and the world that is, and the world that actually can be, right? What I think should be and what is mediated by what could be, right? And the realm of possibility of what could be is it's very important to recognize this isn't something that can be, and this is something that can be. And a secular religious state is a contradiction in terms. A secular Jewish state is a contradiction in terms.
I agree, but that's why I see it as a stepping stone.
Is so the whole idea of an Israeli is nonsense.
You mean from a religious perspective?
And from a
well, you say could and can't be. It exists. It's here. It happened.
It's people who are deluding themselves into thinking that I can be a secular Jew, and those are contradictions in terms, right? This idea that we can be a nation like all others is a silly delusion. It's a hallucination that Jews have had many times that needs to be given up.
But Gilad, in that sentence, like when he says like it's a delusion, when I hear Sheikh Mark Bressler fight about tefillin, that's what I hear. I hear like the delusion of like it's not going to be a Jewish state, and that's my fear. My fear is not that like that she's a bad person. It's the goal she wants for this country completely removes all the essence of why it's here and why we're here. For me, personally, of course,
so like I said, to me, the issue is that, like, I guess I fundamentally don't get it, right? I would really love for you to be able to do everything that your religion decrees of you as you could in any other state, right? As far as the commandments that require like the politics to be a part of the state, to have a Sanhedrin, to have the temple, right? We can leave that in the future where I don't have to think about it. But if that's Israel, right? If that's the state that we're living in, right? Then to me, right? I first of all, I don't think it's possible, like Jacob is saying, right? I really don't think it's possible long term.
Possible.
I'm saying the state of Israel, one way or another, right? The state of Israel is the way I see it, right? Glued together with bubblegum, right? It's holding on as it doesn't have a constitution. It's tearing itself apart. It's surrounded by enemies, and our ability to survive here, right, has been like the result of a lot of things that enabled it, right? And many of them, you could say, right, miracles. I don't think that that's the case, and I think, right, the Israel or Jewish history has plenty of catastrophes that happened, like the destruction of the temples, and that's something I believe that can happen again. I mean, right now we're on the very questionably dignified list of countries that whose existence is not secure. Right after Ukraine, as far as the way the world sees the state of Israel right now, right? To me, when I say like you are risking it all when you vote for a corrupt leader with Kahanist supporters, right? Like the reason is that to me it's very, 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 very clear. Like every minute that this country exists, that it basically shouldn't. Like it's like on the edge of a thread that we managed to survive here for another year or another decade, and like that's why I'm saying, like when you go saying like, oh, I don't want it to be too much X or I don't want it to be too much Y, it's like then it won't be like that. This is like barely holding on, and it's falling apart, right? Like so like, and Jacob might say it's better that it falls apart as soon as possible. Just tear off the bandage, let the Jews go wherever they go, or maybe live here in a pan-Arabic state with some rights for the Jews. I don't know what. This is where I struggle with you, Jacob, because the way.
I really don't know what the solution is. I don't have.
That's where I'm at, right? I think that Israel really is, like you're saying, a contradiction in terms. I think that, and this is like, it's not just from being in TLC, it's not a new discovery, right? Like this is something that I've grown up knowing, right? A Jewish democratic state, right? Or just a Jewish state, like that is secular and liberal and at its foundation. Like you're saying, it's a contradiction. This is existing in some like amorphous form, and it's not really either of those things, right? But we're here, something's going on. The thing that is being created, I think, has value. I'm willing to call it whatever. I don't care what it's called. I don't care if we change our name, we change our flag, we change the very I don't want to say the essence.
Why is it worth fighting for? It's just a place.
Yeah. Well, it's the place where
stop saying the prayer. Thank you. Please.
No, like the question of why I'm fighting for it, like you always say that it's like not a good enough reason, but it's the reason that goes, all over the world. And the reason is this is where the most important things in my life are at. That's why I'm fighting for it. I'm not fighting for it because of the 3,000-year journey. I'm fighting for it because this is where my family is, this is where my friends are, this is where my music is. If you could make me a magical solution, just let me finish. Yes, it's worth the risk of my physical health. Right. If you tell me if I could choose the chaff over the wheat, that is personal security over, let's say, pursuing the highest good in my life, of course I'll pursue the highest good in my life. We're all going to die, right? At the end of the day, I'm struggling to pursue what I see as the best that I can do in my life. That's why I'm here, right? That's why I'm fighting for it. That's why I want to make it the best I can. And that shouldn't be something that like is bad for you. I don't want to make it bad for you so that it's good for me. Like I said, I want for the religious people to have, you know, everything possible within a liberal state that doesn't have coercion within it. And to Jacob's point, that doesn't like flaunt Judaism and has the pretense of being the representation of Judaism to the world, which I think is a ridiculous thing for a state to do. That's not how religions work, right? You're not suddenly represented by a state. There are different like currents and denominations and stuff in Judaism.
You mean in today's day and age?
Yeah, I mean, I live in today's day and age. Like I could like make the limited historical scope of how things have been in the past, but like
I know, but the war you're having right now, its origin is not from today. It's from thousands of years ago. And the reason you're spending the army.
You can count in many different ways where the origin of anything is, and you can count it back to the Big Bang, or you can count it back to 2,000 years ago, or you can count it back to 70 years ago, right? The origin of the conflict that we have with the Palestinians, right? The way that I find is most conducive to finding solutions for it involves the secular Palestinians and involves like discussing the things that are relevant for this iteration, right? The last 100 years. Who moved where, when, what war took place. Those are the things that are most conducive to the people now. Now you tell me there should be, right? Religion is a part of the conflict. It's not, I don't think it's the entirety of the conflict.
It's the only reason we're here is religion.
No, Chezi.
No, like that's just factually not true. Like Herzl was not religious. Some of the people who came were religious. Some of the people who came were seculars. There are many reasons why we're here, but you can't just turn away from the story of secular Zionism that is
first of all, in I could give you references where I think Herzl had a very religious component to him. Putting that aside, why this land?
Because if you're asking, like, for the religious Jews, why this land was very clear, because what you're saying, for the secular Jews, it's because we could get Jews here. That's why. Like, why Israel was chosen? Because we're saying, we want to save these people. They will not come to Uganda.
Why?
That's the reason.
They were trading on my religion. They were spending stolen coin.
1 second, forget them. Why were the Jews not going to Uganda? Why would they only come here?
Why did the Jews not come to Uganda? Like I said, from their point of view, that's a 3,000-year thing. From the point of view of the seculars, that was just the price they had to pay because they wanted to save more Jews and to build their imagined communist, whatever, utopia, right? Whatever you think of it.
Why mention the prophets? Why have something called the Knesset? Why have a menorah? Why? Why all these markers?
Like, I'll repeat the same answer the third time, right? Like, the answer is the same thing. Some or a significant portion of the people who came here cared about these things. Another portion cared about those people and accommodating for what they cared about.
The people that cared about it that are now gone, now the people that are in charge that are secular, they realize the land has no value and death is happening because of it. Then leave. You're colonizing. The religious people.
If it were so simple, I would. That's not so simple. That's the reality of the thing.
Well, one second.
If you make it sound so simple every time you say it, it's not at all.
It's at the very least is as simple as if you had political power and you said, if I would, I could, you would say, let's just leave. Let's transfer out. If I have another state I could go to, I'll go to that state. I could move that.
I could tell you like further than that. Like if right now, right, there is an initiative of let's say I've heard some, it's bullshit, it's not going to happen, right? But some people have this weird fantasy of buying up land in whatever prairie in Canada and getting all the secular Jews that don't want to stay in this country as it goes to its destruction, just build a place where we can go, right? And I will tell you, if for me, right, personally, if that thing were a reality and I could say, screw this conflict, this land isn't worth it, I could take everything I care about except the physical place that this is at and transfer it somewhere else, I would do it in a heartbeat. I don't care about this land.
When people ask me, what would you do if you were Prime Minister of Israel? I would go to the United Nations, say, give us some other land, we'll move. We'll move. That's what I would do.
I think that's a huge, religiously, I think that's like spitting in God's face.
No, because it wasn't God who gave us the...
right, it wasn't. It just happened by mistake.
It
happened by mistake that after 2,000 years, we come back to our
I didn't say it was by mistake.
So it's from God.
Everything's from God. Kol Rahmana Avid Latav Avid.
My response is, if I was the kingmaker, I wouldn't decide to give it up. I would work better so I could build better. I could do more.
It's not a matter of deciding to give it up. If God wants us to live in
Israel,
then you're the kingmaker. Israel. If God doesn't want us to live, it is not a question of human machinations, and we're not going to kill people in order to be.
Jacob, if we all commit suicide, is the redemption still gonna come? Do we have any involvement? If I walk into the street and close my eyes, if a car hits me, could I be like, it was God, or am I responsible somehow?
Jesse, of course we're responsible. But the fact is, when it comes to fighting a war for land, not one drop of Jewish blood
but 1 second, but maybe
should buy 1 inch, much less a mile, much less all of the land of Israel.
Maybe you're right. Maybe we need to give up land.
Yeah, that's what that was.
But that's not me.
Rov Poskim, right? And who was it who was against it?
If I was the king, if I had the political power, my response wouldn't be like, if I could leave this place and relieve the tension, that's what I would do. That would be I would want to try to manifest, build, do more, fix, do better.
Now we have Gentiles who are getting in on this.
I don't know. Like Gilad, like to me it's sad because when you say a sentence like that, like I would leave, then we're no longer, I don't mean this person, but like we're no longer brothers playing the same game. Then it's just 2 random kids that happen to be together in a playroom. And the brother analogy is the whole story of Genesis. Cain and Abel get it wrong, and the other brothers get it wrong, and they get it wrong, and they get it wrong, and they get it wrong until Joseph. That's and that's why Exodus starts. Because there's no point of Exodus if I can't show first that reconciliation could happen. Unity can happen eventually.
So I'll take Shirky's words on that, which I didn't find to be to the point, but like Shirky was commenting on, oh, look at all of these protesters saying like they're not my brothers. These religious Jews are not my brothers. That's how brothers talk. That was his sort of point. Like you have to be brothers to deny that you're brothers, which I think is like I care about you, Chezi, because I share, like, first of all, because we've spoken together, but we could speak together because I've had the privilege of engaging with like the beautiful Jewish writings that I've been exposed to, and that's a great thing. I'm very happy for it, right? And you could say like, okay, so that's something that binds us, right? I think wherever I were in the world, let's say if I were in LA like Jacob and being an anti-Zionist, you wouldn't say, right, like you're not my brother anymore, because like there is a sense that we have some shared cultural background because of the things that we have read and engaged with. Even if I, let's say, don't follow the definitely Torah and Mitzvot, and I don't see their authority over me the way you see it over you. I don't have Kabbalat Ol the way that you see it.
Okay.
Right. Like the but the like it pains me. It actually pains me to see you in this conversation. Like I see that you are saddened by it. Like I don't, and I don't mean that cynically, right? I don't want to make you sad. I wish. What?
I'm praying for your soul. I'm joking.
I really do. I really do wish, right, like that we could find a way forward, but that doesn't happen by ironing over these specific points that we're talking about. Like I'm not saying like outlandish things to spite you. These are things that I would say, like, honestly, like when I think, definitely when I was younger, right? If I could just like have a place where I don't have to deal with all of these religious fanatics that just gather around Jerusalem all of the ages, right? Like this Jerusalem thing is like, I don't like it. I don't care about it. I don't want to be around it. I want to be in a place that has no religious significance where I can just live my life, right?
But that's so. This would be the difference between Modani and I think therefore I am. I don't want to just live my life. I want to first recognize and be humbled by God and then say thank you for him. And all my life needs to just manifest doing the best I can to glorify his name in this world. And that means being the best husband, the best father. The play date I have with my son and the Tintin book I read to him are all manifestation of that. And me thinking like I just want some peace and quiet is not something I think about, because that's not something that's being offered to me.
I don't just want some peace and quiet, right? I don't care about the specific things you care about, right? That's a different that's a different matter. I'm not looking, like I said, I'm not looking to maximize personal security and wealth, right? I want to be the best person I can be. And you could say, right, maybe you see that as something that is from God. You maybe see like that as a like mainly sinful, right? Because maybe I don't take it from the right sources. I've heard both claims from rabbis of all sorts of walks of life, right? But like I'm saying, in essence, right? That's like I accept that we come from different backgrounds, but I don't accept that it's just I want some peace and quiet.
Well, the reason I said this is because you said like you ended your sentence with like I just want some quiet, but
I just want to be away from the religious fervor, like, and fanaticism that goes, like I said, around these holy lands. I don't find sanctity in land. I don't find it in sanctity in any place, that there could be, and like, and I don't find it in political institutions. I don't find it in the a company that, like, I find it in the most personal and profound interactions that I have with people. I find it in dialogues. I find it in music. Those are things that are indispensable.
That's where the Bible says you'll find it, right? Moses spoke to God face to face as he speaks to his fellow man. And Jacob sees Esav, he says, Kira iti pnei el. So, and this very much like, Buber, I, thou, and where the conversation is happening. So I'm with you. And
we could have a very long conversation where you could like sort of come together, and you could try to show me how a beautiful life I could have if I embrace more more
But
religious
that's
life.
not. I hope that's not like what
No,
I'm
no,
preaching.
I don't feel like you're preaching. I'm just saying, like, to me, like the sense I'm getting is I feel like I know that these are the ways that that you see this world. I just and I'm like, when you say something like I accept that because that's what comes in religion, you quote the verse to me, right? The sense that I'm getting for you is you're trying to say, look, Gilad, the religious world, the world of this can accommodate for the exact things that you're saying, and like that.
Not
That's
it
okay.
can. I want to say it does, but my point is trying to show you how, even in the discourse, I always go back to telling you that, like, that language is disarming for religious people.
Yeah, and I could use it if I wanted to disarm you. I don't.
Well, but this goes back to being like, we're pretending. Like, it goes back to what I said about the tutor, right? Is the tutor manipulating the kid? The tutor is there to engage with the person and speak to him so he could get
The tutor could be.
These are, by the way, Gilad, these are politicians I'm talking about. I didn't say when you and I have a conversation, you should have like a mask on that you have. Politicians that are trying to speak to the populace, because that's the game we're playing. Unless we're saying, like, no, our politicians should be saints.
Chezi, there's a level of respect you have to have for another adult. You can't treat, and thank you, Gilad, for having that level of respect.
1 second. What you can't treat what right now? Are you going to tell me people don't do focus groups and say this word, don't wear this thing? The words we use don't matter?
Of course it matters, but this is, I mean, again, it goes back to what we've been talking about. Like, I was thinking about doing a stream like that. I was actually thinking about doing a stream about the word politics and why, like, when I was on the stream with Nate, I said, all of my involvement with the CRC is political because I cannot be religiously involved in their religion. That's their religion, right? And a politics of manipulation, as opposed to a politics of honest dealing, right?
Why is that not honest dealing?
It's not honest when it's not honest, and that's what Gilad is telling you.
But that's
honest.
Let me just say what I'm saying, just to make sure that, like, I don't know. I'll just say it so that it's clear what I'm saying rather than having it said for me. What I'm saying in the tutor analogy, right? A good tutor makes everything as simple as possible, but no simpler. A tutor that gets to the kid to pass the test might not be a good tutor, right? Like, they might be saying things that are good short term, or they could be training the kid to how to pass the test, but like there has to be a higher principle, right? And a good politician, the way I see it, like is fits exactly to that analogy, right? If you can get people to follow your thing, like you get them to think that you're doing the thing that's good for them, when in fact, like, you're not even trying to be manipulative, right? Let's say you're trying to get them to pass the test, right? But like,
just because
there is the higher principle, then you're missing out.
But 1 second. But the game is I need to pass the test, right? In politics right now, laws need to happen, money needs to be spent. We're agreeing that that's the system we have right now. I'm not saying that this is what the rabbi should say.
Tests need to be passed in the school as well.
Right? Can anyone hear me now?
We can hear you, Mike. Yes.
I was talking for a long time, but I think I was cut out. Gilad, why can't you appreciate Kezi's point? He's making some good points.
Mike, first of all, I appreciate it. Gilad appreciates my points, and we've been speaking for a very long time. So this is just like, and really, and by his disagreement and engaging with me, that is how he gives me the most amount of respect. So I appreciate it. But like you're seeing, it's being played out in good faith. And
Jacob, what did you mean by you can't get involved religiously? What did you actually mean by that? Do you not follow any mitzvahs? Do you not follow any mitzvahs?
No. Hold on, Mike. So I'm not sure you're quite understanding, but I can't get involved religiously in other people's religions.
Why not?
It's against my religion.
But are you a religious Jew or are you a secular Jew?
I'm mostly a religious Jew. I'm a very bad religious Jew.
Well, exactly. I can tell that because you haven't got a beard.
This is
At
true.
At least Kezi's got a beard.
Chezi is a much better Jew than I am.
To be fair, this comes and goes.
I'll just
sorry, go ahead.
To finish my point.
What do you guys make of the situation?
Okay, Mike, you're not really playing the game.
What's that, Jacob? Can we just tell Mike that we'll continue this conversation with Gilad, and he's welcome to come back on and talk to him?
Yes, Mike, you are welcome to come back on later, but right now you should spend a little time actually listening to people before you try to take over the conversation. Go ahead.
He's just excited.
He's very excited, I can tell.
Yeah, I will need to go to sleep for the day tomorrow, but I just wanted to say with the tutor example, right? In both cases, like in politics and in tutoring, right, there's a test. The kid needs to pass the test. But like you could teach him in a way that there's zero retention, but he gets like you optimize for this specific goal, which is the test, rather than for the thing that it's testing.
But
right?
It's not.
And that's my point, right? Like my point is, I want to optimize for the thing that's being tested, rather than for the test itself. If I map it onto politics, or do you want to ask your question first?
I was going to say that, but the politician is not my leader as far as like my spiritual leader or my moral leader. My politician is the man that's running the ship with regards to, he's the main principal. And that's why I do need to just pass the test. And this is in reference to you saying, sledgehammer and things are falling apart and I'm going to lose it. Is there another level of like the main test that we want to pass and we want to make sure we understand the material at a very deep level? Great. Your parents should teach you that. Your community should teach you that. Your rabbis should teach you that. I would argue that religion and traditions teach you that. Now, what I'm saying when we're playing in the game, which is like the political game right now, I'm not necessarily looking for that kind of resolve. I am trying to make sure that, and this goes to the most personal. Gilad, you and I arguably would say, right, are, let's say, from two different sides of the political map, yet we're friendly, cordial, speak nicely to each other. And then you'd ask, like, okay, if two of us were in political power, how would we pass things? And what would be our points of agreements? Would it make sense for you when you're speaking to me on the other side of the aisle to frame it in a way where Chezi is going to be receptive to that? Is that being manipulative, or is that also another way of looking at reality? And I would argue that when brothers are trying to interact together, I could point of reference, hey, do you remember when dad does this? I could also talk about mom, but right now I'm trying to paint a picture and I'm going to reference dad. So if I'm referencing a story and I'm telling a story, is it so crazy that the secular people in Israel will use a narrative which is traditional and cultural and biblical and not use a narrative that is secular and foreign? That doesn't mean the result isn't still secular. It just and that goes back to what I said about the court system. Before I jump to look at what they did in British law and the common law, maybe I'll look at like my amazing tradition that common law itself is based on. So like I could go, and it might not be there, but that would make sense. And my argument is, like, I don't think that's manipulation, and I think that is a language at the very least allows the religious to feel.
All right, I think. All right, I agree that it would be a great idea to look at Jewish law and then, jurisprudence from wherever, Britain, America, and everything, and, to go through Greek law and all of those things, but like even to pay more attention to Jewish law for all of the richness that I have personally found in Jewish writings and the deep cultural relation that it has to the people of this land and to this land specifically. I think that would be a great idea. What I want to see, right, and this is the point, right? What I would want is people to actually go like I experienced, let's say, in a secular yeshiva, which I could read the texts, realize that from my own point of view, they have value, and hold that as something, as a part of my own personality and my own view of the world. If you tell me, like, actually, if you didn't have that, you should have used that language as a sort of, I don't know, offering or show of respect to the other side, I would view that as the opposite of a show of respect.
I appreciate the clarification. I agree with your former point, which is I think it should happen like naturally because you participated in that. And you and I discussed about how that is actually like a growing thing in Israel, which is there is engagement with these like secular yeshiva, which I think is great. I would say, though, that the way the future Gilad goes to an institution like that, right, is not in an environment where don't blow the shofar and tefillin is bad, because then he's not interested.
Yeah, it's in the world where like the coercion is gone. There's no Rabbanut Rashit. The world of religion. Yeah, okay. In a world where religion makes no intrusion into future Gilad's life, Gilad just goes like, right? This is an interesting thing. It's not threatening to me and to my, because whatever I'll get from it, right? If it makes me religious, it's because I decided it, right? And I don't see examples around me, which secular people do, of people going into religion and alienating their families and basically like ruining lives around them, right? Because those oppressive elements are out of there. That's how it gets there. Like, that's what Leibowitz was saying, right? Get the country's filthy claws off of my religion. This is ruining the possibility of religion to play its course. This is what, and I'll just, I have to go, and this is very interesting, that's why I'm staying, but I really should go. I'll just say that, like, this is Nishitani's point in Religion and Nothingness, where he talks about like the religious journey, right? It's not something, you're not religious until you've had to actually face the harsh realities of life. Zevi Slavin also makes this point. He grew up a sort of Haredi in a way, but he says, I wasn't religious when I was a kid. It's just like, you're a kid, you do what the parents tell you, right? That's not being religious. So, right, the deep personal aspect of that journey, when you're confronted with like the fact that you and everyone you love is going to die, and that there's a deep like nothingness that is confronting you, and you have to deal with it, and that's where you actually go on that journey. That's where you're going to meet it. And if we're not going to see so much bullshit and coercion and money, right, involved in the business of religion, right, that makes it like the last place any secular person would think to look for wisdom, because it's an exemplification of what is clearly not going to help them, then yeah, you're going to see a lot more people going to actual religion. That's my take on it. But and I don't want to like deny you your chance to respond, but I really just
I agree with everything you said. We've had this conversation before about like I'm against like coercion. That's not however, I argue that what you just spelled out over there, right? I would say I don't know many. I don't know about many, but the what you hear online and on the media, which I understand is exacerbated, and we spoke about that as well, is not just leave us alone so we could count it ourselves. It's leave us alone and don't mention that either.
Yeah, but like that's like that's
And
what you're going to
and
get when there's a coercion because they don't see it. Like, and I okay, I
so-
won't be tempted because I have to go. I'm sorry. I have to go. Good night.
Goodbye.
Shalom.
Okay, Chezi, instead of being sad, how about you take this as an opportunity to let go of the silly religious Zionism? Stop saying your prayer.
But Jacob, I can't like.
Stop.
I'm not religious Zionist. I'm not Zionist. I don't even know what these terms. Honestly, when I'm saying these terms.
Okay, so how about this? How about let's take something very.
But these are true.
So the Declaration of Independence, Yom HaAtzamot, right?
No.
It was a disaster, and a person should not say Hallel over a disaster,
definitely
which
wrong.
has led so many Jews away from Judaism.
We are definitely in the most religious observant time in history. Period.
Correct, but is that
Stop.
Is that a result, or is
Yes,
that in
yes.
spite?
It's for sure a result.
Spite
For sure.
Result. That's not what Gilad seems to have been saying.
I know,
He was saying that the reason these people are so opposed to why you have in Tel Aviv a Jew saying, "No, Rabbi, you can't blow shofar on Rosh Hashanah for this nice Jewish lady who just wants to hear shofar on Rosh Hashanah."
Right. Yeah, but Jacob, so I'm not arguing with you. I'm just pointing out. So last week, right, Eid al-Fitr for our Muslim brothers in Tel Aviv, massive crop of Muslims, obviously in full separation, men and women, right? That's not allowed for Jews in Israel, though.
Of course.
Right? So that's the problem. And that's why when he's like, that's why I have no issue with Gilad. And I mentioned this many times, how when they, not this government, the government beforehand fell because of, not only reason, but the straw that broke the camel's back was the Pesach, the Passover leaven bread law, right? Where they said, you're not allowed to bring it in the hospitals. And if someone brings it into the hospitals, we're going to check their bags. Now, the reality, and that sounds like coercion. The reality is almost no one brings that into hospitals. Hospitals are anyways kosher. And 99% of sensible people that open up something that would be considered leavened bread on Passover do it privately and no one would bug out. Okay? And there's no law about fasting on the Day of Atonement. Most Israelis fast on the Day of Atonement. Now, I think that's true because I believe we're all yearning to come back to our source. I think it's easier for us to do that yearning and feel like a nation again in a land. I disagree with Gilad when he says that the narrative out there is we're all like, yeah, we're all just want to be left alone so we can come back to religion ourselves. That's not what's being framed to us anymore. And if that's something that he's interested in politically, forget Chezi, but wouldn't you want to say like, hey, Gilad, talk to let's say your dad has a podcast, Gilad, he had big people on. Shouldn't you point and say like, oh, look, someone like a Chezi, he should be in politics. Talk to this guy.
Look, I mean, I hear you.
Again, just not Chezi.
This is a discussion that for the past almost 80 years, the Jewish community has been having over and over again. And as far as I have been able to see, in retrospect, we see that the Rabbanim, including the Satmar Rebbe, including the 5th Lubavitcher Rebbe, the 6th Lubavitcher Rebbe, the 7th Lubavitcher Rebbe, and even the Rav, who called the Yom HaAtzamot services acute halachic mental retardation, right? Have made it clear to us many times over And maybe if the religious would recognize what they've made clear many, many times over, which is precisely that no, if we're going to do, there's no mixing of religion and state in Judaism.
That's not true.
This is the main thing that I dislike about Ben Shapiro and the Zionists.
Jacob, can you please for a moment entertain the fact that there could be politics that is divine and not secular? Yes, I'm with you. The mixture of secular and Jewish things together can't work. And the current manifestation of the state of Israel is, and what some people call Zionism, is a political movement, which I agree with you is not kosher.
Chezi, where is Rosh Memshalah? What is the halachic definition of Rosh Memshalah?
No, is there a king? Does he have a court?
Apparently isn't.
What? Does Maimonides talk about a king?
Yes.
That's a political system.
That's yes.
Okay, so
if you think we should have a king, find me a prophet to anoint the king, and we'll figure it out.
So first of all, again, you could deny this interpretation if you want to, but there is interpretations that say when you come to the land and decide to have a king could mean political body. It doesn't actually need to mean king. I would agree with you though that it's only relevant if it's a system that works and that is divine. And we're not there.
If it were divine, Jan God says quite clearly, Zionists are Jewish Protestants. You can be a religious Zionist, but you are just a Protestant Jew. I agree.
Jacob, when you say, right, Messiah will come and the temple will be built and it's just like this miraculous event.
Mm-hmm.
I would argue that the miraculous event we get to, I and this is what I could, in my estimation.
Where are you getting this from?
What? Where am I getting what?
Where are you getting this idea?
History. Now that we're at 2024 and I'm living in this land.
How about we keep our naturalistic?
It's like you didn't even get the
thoughts out of Torah. There's Torah begoyim al ta'ami. Chokhmah begoyim ta'ami.
So first of all, great, and that's why political systems that might make sense is something that we might want to adopt, right? Because okay. So now
it's not.
Jacob, all I'm saying is that in this journey right now, what I would hope is the way I see that miraculous event happening is people like Gilad and I, and this is true within the family, community, neighborhood, and the whole world, learn to speak to each other, right? Very TLC-like. That allows people to hear each other, see each other. And then when that could happen and people could see each other, assuming I believe that my faith is true, and more people see that, and that's and you and I see that as data points, for example, in the Noahide movement, right? So if some random Noahide from Bangladesh could come and see God, and Gilad is in the backyard reading the text, is not seeing that yet, more conversation happens. And then when there's a reality on the ground, when everyone sees that, then they want all to build the temple together. And then that is a miracle.
Yeah, but 100% is. And if you were to move to Los Angeles and help me with what we're trying to do.
How do you get to, so no, it means more people that want to see change here come here and make the change.
But that's not where the change needs to happen. That's the whole point of Galut. And the fact you think you are not in Galut when you are, despite the fact that you are in Galut, is an obstacle to Geula.
Right. And I believe that I'd much rather be early than late.
Well, you can believe that, but what I see is false messianism, and false messianism leads to korbanot.
Right. So you feel that when it says in the 3 oaths, until God wills it, you don't believe He wills it.
The three oaths. If you actually want to take the Satmar Rebbe seriously and actually read what he says,
Maneh Chacham,
or Maneh Chacham even better. I actually disagree with this, but I'm more with the if you were to, and it was hilarious to me that like I even did a shiur on Maneh Chacham only for you, right? And you still didn't listen. I can buy you a copy if you like.
You see the change happening by denying, by like removing ourselves from here, and I see by it's changing
not
it.
Not necessarily. I don't necessarily want to encourage people if they are doing good work in Eretz Yisrael. That's nice. If they're doing good work in Chutz
No, Jacob,
La'aretz,
Jacob, it's more,
nice.
Jacob, it's more
But
than nice.
The Medina, and Hatikva and Yom HaAtzamot and saying Hallel Chas v'Shalom with the bracha on Yom
Somehow
HaAtzamot.
we managed to incorporate St. Peter's prayer, but heaven forbid we incorporate prayers that actual Jews put together, right, in our prayer books.
First of all, if you believe that Nishmat Kol Chai is from St. Peter, then he was a Jew who wrote it. Second, Nishmat Kol Chai is very different from celebrating Yom HaAtzamot.
Hatikva, so crazy. We've been yearning for 2,000 years. The nerve of saying that.
We've been yearning for 3,500 years.
You're right. That's your issue with the tikva. Their numbers are wrong.
It's only one of my many issues with it.
So, but Jacob, again, like, and I'm with you again. Great. The current state of Israel and its secular beliefs, right, will not lead to, can't be the bringer, right, of redemption. However, right, these are the droplings of these are the droplings of the donkey, right? As we say of Messiah, we're going to be sitting in the shade of the dung of the donkeys, and this has to do with this is part of it.
Okay, so you're saying it's Tzoat Chamor, okay?
Yeah, yes.
Tzoat Chamor, fine. I will agree with you. The state of Israel
but great, but being in its shade is part of the redemption process.
No. You don't.
By the way, I don't want the Ten Commandments. Why do I sound?
Don't tell me to go sit under the donkeys behind.
So he believes the Democratic Party is going to bring about the Messiah.
What'd you say, Kirk?
You believe the Democratic Party is going to bring about the Messiah?
No, I believe that, again, I can speak about Israel. Obviously, God's processes are working everywhere, but I look at the state of Israel and its political.
Okay, Chezi, I have to go too, and it's really late where you are, and
it is very late where I am. Way too late.
Homework to do, and yeah.
Catch you later. And I think we established over here. Jacob agrees. He's moving to Israel. Becoming the next primary. By the way, Chezi wants 10 Commandments in schools. I don't know. What is this 10 Commandments in schools? Do I really sound extreme? I don't think I sound extreme.
You've convinced a lot of people, Chezi. You've convinced a lot of people. Baruch Hashem.
I don't know. I mean, Jacob sees me as a heretic, so I don't even belong in this land.
I love you, Chezi.
Yeah, I'm sad because, I'm sad.
I am sorry to see you be sad. At the same time, I would be much happier if you would recognize that what happened in 1948 was a disaster.
Could we end the stream with a prayer for peace?
Prayer for peace, yes, just as long as we don't mention Medina Shel Gehinnom.
Sure.
Go ahead, Kirk.
Our Lord in heaven, may there be peace for all peoples, and may this coming century bring about redemption.
Amen.
Amen. Please, soon in our times. And we should all do well to see each other, hear each other, and be patient with each other.
Andrew had a question about Pirkei Avot.
Yeah, Andrew, what's up?
Yes.
All right. So, is this the last one, or?
No. We started the second to last, and then we stopped. We will continue next week. Next week we'll probably be done.
Okay.
And then I'm thinking Ben wants to do this, we might do like a deep dive into the 8 chapters of Maimonides, which is sort of like the under background around like the Pirkei Avot, sort of
The
what's the
foundation, the
theological.
yesterday HaTorah, the foundations of the Torah.
Yeah, we'll see. Or he might want to do the Kuzari. We'll see. But yeah, we'll be done. I think next week. And if for some reason if it's delayed, then 2 weeks. But that's it.
All right. So I'm like,
I suggested something to Ben. Now I'm forgetting what I said. Oh, Rabbi Nachman's stories.
Rabbi Nachman stories. I would want to do like a little chazar on that. I'm not like I don't mind talking about Rabbi Nachman stories, but that's not like I don't feel like as immersed in Rabbi Nachman stories. Is that true? There's so many stories. I don't know. It's something to think about.
I thought it would be a nice.
If he wants to do it, I'm down to do it.
I thought it would be a nice change from the other types of things we've done, and you're capable of teaching something like that. I'm not.
Andrew, you got a question about Pirkei Avot?
yeah, like I missed a good chunk of it. Do you have like a book with commentary that you'd recommend or something?
First of all, there's watching all the videos, going back and watching it. As far as like, and many of them have also, I think, or not. I mean, on a good few of them, I did like these AI summaries. But as far as books, there's many books of Pirkei Avot. Like any art scroll Pirkei Avot would have, I would say, 70% of what we talked about in the stream is probably there. The things that are not is probably because the people that write art scroll probably think it's heretical what I'm saying. But yeah, it's all there.
Oh, thank you.
But I get, but definitely feel free that if you're watching any of them and going back and watching any of them, to if there's something that you have a question about, send it to me, ask me, and I'll gladly talk to you about it.
Oh,
and if
awesome.
we're doing this next class that we're going to start, so join from the start.
Thank you.
I just want to know, Hezi, if you did you get any feedback from the Noahide community about tomorrow or about next Tuesday or?
No, I don't think people wrote back. Let me look right now. No, actually, I got there's 2 people that gave it a heart, but no one that responded if they want to do something or not. So right now it's open. But again, I told you, Kirk, if that's something that you want to galvanize, the group is over there. They could be talking.
Where can I find them?
On Jacob's Discord.
I understand. Yeah, I'll think about it.
And just in general, Kirk, if you're looking for more content, Noahide content, so on Rav Shirky's page, on the official Brito page, there's other groups.
There's a Noahide channel called Tanakh Talk on YouTube. There's Rabbi Tovia Singer, Rabbi Skobach.
Right, exactly, and so
Rabbi Millet.
Right, Rabbi Milot. I know that there's another rabbi. There's Rabbi Goldberg. There's another rabbi that's going through the whole Brit Shalom, the whole law codex, the 7 laws, and all the proper conducts. They're going through it again. They're doing a cycle of that. I don't know if I would do a second cycle by us. Just the group is much smaller. If it got bigger, then I would gladly do a second cycle. I just want it to be interesting and relevant to the people watching.
I understand. So, to my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, I have not. I've read parts of it, but I have not read all of it. Of Maimonides' foundations of the Torah. To my understanding, what Maimonides says in there is effectively condenses the basics of Orthodox Jewish theology into 8. You say 8 chapters.
Yeah, Shemona Prakim. I mean, he starts with. I mean, some of the things he's quoting word for word from El Farabi, his the Muslim who was an Aristotelian, and his famous line of "Kabelata emet mipi umra," right? accept the truth from he who says it. So controversial in its time, but and this goes back to something I was talking about with Jacob, which is like there is wisdom out there in the world to be had. There's even divine wisdom in the world there to be had. That's not only with the Jews. The Torah is specifically teaching you how to be holy, not just being moral, but being holy, because God is holy. And I'll end on this. What's so special about the Torah is there's 3 other Torahs that are potential to be out there. There's Jethro's Torah, and he's already, some of it gets implemented when he comes. He gives Moses advice and create this whole system. And there's so that's and there is Job's Torah. Job has his whole interaction with God, and there's Bilam's Torah. Bilam the prophet's Torah, right? That's someone that, and we know that it was like either at the same power, prophetic ability, or even greater than Moses, according to some interpretations. And one is supposed to be between the Torah, between God and the people, one between man and man, one is between man and himself. The Torah is there to be a balance of all 3. That's why the Torah is needed, because these individual Torahs, teaching someone to be have a relationship with the divine, other people give, and people have relation. So the Torah is creating that, is really trying to create that balance. And then you could see just those 3 people. We know that Moshe katav sifra, Iyov, veBilam. That's what the Torah tells us, that Moses wrote his book, which is the Hebrew Bible. And there's he mentions Bilam, like we just said, and the book of Job. And the next time you see 3 of those people together, they're known as the 3 advisors of Pharaoh. It says that Pharaoh, when he was trying to figure out, they saw in the stars that the Hebrews will have a redeemer. His three advisors were Job, Balaam, and Jethro. And there too is supposed to show that those 3 people represented already wisdoms and Torahs that already existed. But only when Moses came did we have the balance of all 3.
Yeah. One of the things I was going to say is, do you know who it's in the internet politics sphere, but it is sort of related to the Christian sphere. Do you know who Andrew Wilson is?
No.
So there's a channel online called The Crucible, and it's like I'm pretty sure like an Orthodox Christian, you could say quote unquote right wing traditional element. But he was having a debate with this libertarian commentator, and they were arguing about like because about like nature of religion, and basically one was arguing for like Christian nationalism, the other was arguing, and it seems like one of the problems the libertarian person was arguing for is like, okay, you believe God exists, but you don't want to actualize that in any way on a social level, because his name was Dave Smith. He's like a American
I know
libertarian.
Dave Smith, yeah.
Yeah, well, he's weird because he's Jewish by heritage and by nationality, but I believe he converted to Christianity.
I don't know about that, actually. I know that he's pretty rough on Israel with regards to like the current war going on right now. But
How did you find out about this guy? I just follow him because I'm sort of in the online politics sphere.
Dave Smith, no, just from years around. Like I know he's a comedian. I've seen him on Joe Rogan before, things like that. Kirk, yeah. My eyes are closing though, so I got to bust a move.
Okay, yeah. Well, maybe we could talk about that debate another time, but I was just going to bring that up because I feel like it sort of overlaps with some of the things we're talking about here.
I hear you. It does overlap. All these things overlap ultimately. All right, buddy. Okay. Have a
Bye-bye.
good day. Good night, internet world. For those who were watching or enjoying, I hope you found this educational, enjoyable, illuminating. Peace.